Good afternoon. I would like to call to order the October 14th, 2024 meeting of the Lower Smoky Hill Water Supply Access District. I would like to ask staff if confirmation of the Kansas Open Meetings Act has been provided.
Yes.
May we have a roll call?
Bill Longby.
Here.
Holt. Carl Esping. Here. Greg Linkowitz.
Here.
Trent Davis.
Here.
Mike Hoppick.
Here.
Jerry Ivey.
Here.
Thank you. We have a short agenda here today, so I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of our last meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for approval of minutes from the July 22nd, 2024 meeting. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. New business. Discussion of the next meeting date. Ms. Tasker, do you have anything to add here?
No, I do not, other than select any one of them and we'll make it work.
For those listening at home, we do have a required meeting schedule, and you previously picked this date. That's why we're opening the meeting, approving the minutes, and setting the next meeting date.
Doesn't matter to me. Somebody pick a date. Anybody got a lucky number?
Well, I'm thinking wait till February
Well, let's do.
10th or 24th.
How about February 10th?
Is that the day after the Super Bowl?
All point.
Hey,
It's turning into a holiday for some, but not us.
if we're fortunate, some of us might be out of town.
Or have a late night? Okay.
Anyone know when Super Bowl Sunday is?
I'm Googling it, just a second. Phone's running a little slow.
Boy.
The second.
Okay. How about the 24th then?
24th sounds good.
Okay. No hockey finals or anything there. You okay with? Okay. This one.
Safe there.
Okay. Want to make sure. So. Okay. Do we need a motion? I'll move that we have next meeting date for the Lower Smoky Hill Water Supply Access District be February 24th, 2025.
I'll second that.
Motion is second to conduct the next meeting of the district on February 24th, 2025. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Unfinished or other business?
How's the water level at Canopolis?
That's what my question was.
Better than Cheney? Better than Cheney Lake?
We're actually holding not too far below conservation level right now. Doesn't look good until you guys let it rain, but
We're at 1462.24, so we're 0.76 below conservation level. When we talked back in July, it was 1463.6, so since our last meeting, we've lost about 1.5 feet. So the flows in the river vary depending upon how much flow is discharged from the lake, and everything that I check once a week on that. We're staying within our operations agreement and no issues. Water treatment plant, we're treating about 7.5 million gallons a day. When we talked back in July, it was about 8 million gallons a day. So been pretty hot and stayed pretty consistent, but that's what we're treating. The groundwater wells are holding their own, and the river is doing fine for us from the standpoint of supply. So I gave you more than you asked for, but that's
Well, I did
the
see a
story.
report from the Kansas Water Office that we are in considered moderate drought.
Yeah.
So for the benefit of everyone, explain what conservation level, yeah.
Conservation level is elevation 1463, and that's the level they want to maintain at the lake, and it's also maintained by the V-notch weir. Once it gets down to 1463, then it's controlled of the flow outside with the gate only. They limit how much flow is discharged depending on the month of the year, but above that it's whatever goes through the V-notch and whatever's set. So that's the elevation. They like to keep it at the lake.
I'm going to add just a little bit. Since our agreement with the state and the Corps ran so many CFS according to their handbook all year long, whether it was 30, 50 during the summer was what they released. Coming down in this part of the year, they'd run 30 or something like that. But per our agreement, all they have to do is manage the flow to meet what is at Mentor. And so we have saved, since we started this agreement, we have saved an enormous amount of water through that agreement. So, and like right now, they're running just enough water to meet Salina's needs, and not any more than that. So that's why we're able to maintain the lake level at where it's at now instead of just releasing to be releasing. So it's been a great deal, really, really great deal. And we made it through the summer. I don't know if you guys talked about it. Okay. We the water district, our water district, for the irrigators released water for 3 weeks? Yeah. 3-4 weeks. I don't know, Salina, did you have any released?
We didn't ask for any.
Okay.
We were just meeting your needs.
Yeah. So if it would have got a little more drastic, then Salina would have kicked in a little bit, but we were getting along with our releases. So once again, thank you.
Anything else? I guess we will see you in February, and I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
Move to
moved.
adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Sorry I was late.
You didn't miss much.
Well, I probably didn't, but I like to be here anyway. Carl called me and said, "Are you going to get off the combine?" And I went, "Oh, God."
I drove by and he was still cutting.
Thank you.
Since we are set up on air, can we move right into the study session, or do we need to wait?
No, we can.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. If there's a red light, is that on? Am I?
Sounds like it to me.
Okay. Thank you for giving us this time to give you a State of the Arts report. Before we get too much into the report, I want to take a second to introduce our staff, some of whom you're going to hear from today, but that all participated in the preparation of what you're going to see and have before you today. Amanda Morris is our office administrator. Susan Eberwine serves as a program assistant, and what the program assistant does is everything from answering the phone to helping run Ardiopolis in the summer, and then also providing important administrative support to our coordinators in art education and public art. So. Anna Pauscher-Morowitz is our operations and development manager. Sarah Keck is our arts education coordinator. Crystal Hammerschmidt is our visual arts specialist on staff. She does public art and all of the visual arts for the River Festival. Sarah also does entertainment for the festival besides arts education, so we all wear multiple hats. Did Brandon make it? No. We may have a student intern from Kansas Wesleyan that comes in, and we hope to be able to introduce him to you, because part of your packet today includes some of the work that that graphic design major, Brandon Oakes, has done for us. Go ahead, Jacob. What's on the slideshow here today? It will be a great distraction for you if you get sick of listening to me. But what I've done is compiled a representative sampling of, there's about 130 slides. And some have a couple of images and some are just single. Every single image that you've seen on the slideshow today is artwork that is in public spaces that is new to Salina since the year 2000, when in July of 2000, this governing body approved a public art program. And since the inception of that public art program, there have been private and public projects that have taken place that have put a considerable number of pieces in our community that we'll be talking about more here in a little bit. What is the State of the Arts Report? Well, each year you've given us the time to present to you different aspects of what we do and the impact of your funding on the cultural arts in Salina. The packet in front of you today is meant, I'm not going to read it to you. I don't know whether you had time to review it amidst a heavy agenda today, but what it's really meant to serve, and part of the reason it's bound, is a resource guide for you as our commissioners. You may get asked questions from the public about roles, responsibilities, relationships, funding, what CARM dollars make a difference for Theater Salina or for the Rolling Hills Zoo. Well, there's information in this packet that can help guide you throughout the year to give you that background and information about the impact of public funding for 7 different organizations, 6 and the Smoky Hill Museum. It's also, today is a time you're going to hear for celebration. I'm going to go to the end rather than build up momentum. The arts are in a really good place in Salina right now. We have just come off of and have a tremendous month of arts and culture activities that are taking place in conjunction with National Arts and Humanities Month. But we also have the momentum of both public and private investment in the cultural arts in Salina that is putting us both on the map in the state and in the larger region. And we're also performing in a number of levels higher than what some of the national averages are for ticket sales, volunteer support, folks returning to live performances. The country is still under some recovery since COVID for that, and Salina is holding its own and setting the bar for others. And most importantly, I hope that by the time we're done presenting about the impact of the funding that you provide to our department and in support of some of the other cultural arts entities in Salina, that you gain an appreciation for how the impact of your funding has helped build a healthy community and one that is fun and engaging to live in and work and create. So with that, we're going to take a few minutes for an overview. Salina is a respected leader in the performing and visual arts, in arts education, and in arts administration. The variety of public and privately managed cultural programs is remarkable for a community this size. Don't ever take for granted the quality and diversity of the offerings that are available to us. The arts are an important front porch to the hundreds of thousands who visit our city annually. Years ago, when I traveled to different festivals, art fairs, had work in museums and galleries, I thought what we did here, and this is before I was in my current position, I thought what we did here was the same thing that everyone did, and found out that isn't the case. The level of service, the quality that's offered, the attention to engaging citizens throughout the process, and the ownership of the community and the pride that they take in the creation of these programs and supporting private entities and the public efforts that we make is remarkable and is unique. And so it gives me a lot of pleasure to be able to live and work in a town that supports the cultural arts the way that Salina does. As you'll see later in the report, whether it's a large event like the Smoky Hill River Festival or the cumulative effects of numerous cultural venues and events, the positive economic impact of the cultural arts is important for Salina. Likewise, a strong cultural arts environment helps attract and retain the workforce and strengthen Salina's identity when new businesses are being created. As I've traveled around the state this year with Leadership Kansas, there are every one of the communities that we visited, to some respect or another, may be a competitor to Salina for attracting workforce and or new business. And it made me proud when they visited Salina to be able to show them how much positive energy that we have through creative arts in this town, that many of the others not only don't have agencies like ours, but they are underfunded or have minimal staff. Some have no paid staff. And so that helps distinguish Salina as, yes, this is a place that I'd like to raise a family or move my business, or to be able to have the enrichment of quality of life that only comes through the arts. It also makes, the arts make contributions to local well-being and regional tourism. Regional tourism is positively affected when a city has a thriving arts scene. Live music, theater, public art, and a wide variety of arts-related events throughout the year make a positive impact on visitors and help instill a sense of community pride for local citizens. Now, some of that may seem dreamy and romantic, but there's data in your report that we'll take a look at in a little bit that Americans for the Arts does on our behalf and in communities all across the country that talk about the power of the arts of instilling a sense of place, pride, and ownership, and we see that here. All you have to do is drive downtown on a Saturday or Sunday as people either have a sculpture tour Salina ballot, or they're taking their friends and pointing out one of the new murals, or engaging with one of the arts events that draws people to community, to know that this is something that I'm not just paid to promote, but that our community is taking ownership and pride in how our city looks and feels with this creative energy that's prevalent. Salina's largest cultural organizations have strong leadership in management and in their boards. They are financially stable and presenting high-quality work and education programs. Within the last couple of years, or last year, I believe, the Hutchison Symphony discontinued its operation. There are other cultural organizations across the state that are struggling. Some are doing very well, but as a whole, we're blessed to live in a town that has the strength of leadership and the engagement of boards to provide vision and governance to those directors and to the operations of those that put us in a very healthy place. I asked Debbie just before, I should know this, but I asked her, so what's our city budget? And the number, she said, that if it was all inclusive, or what I say is about $159,000, depending on transfers, or $1 million. The collective work of the six organizations plus the museum represents about $11 million worth of total budgets. There are some communities, the reason they're struggling is because there aren't private 501c3s, and they rely on the city to provide all of those services, to provide a theater, to provide a public arts performance venue, to provide an art center or an art activity area. And so being able to take what would be about 8% of our budget and of a city and say, gosh, it's great to have these other partners be able to carry that load, provide the professional staffing, focus on the quality and the detail of what they have. Again, that puts us in an enviable place where our staff can focus on some very finite things and being a good partner to those organizations for the community. There's great collaboration among public and private entities in Salina. Salina Arts and Humanities, I believe, is a respected resource partner in the community. The cooperation demonstrated by the Cultural Directors Roundtable and among private arts, business, and community leaders and entities ensures that creativity is evident throughout the community. We're going to talk more about things like Sculpture Tour Salina and Boom and other private initiatives and or interests. We get calls all the time to serve as a partner for the private sector to be able to celebrate arts and culture in their businesses, that's a sign of a healthy community. Community participation through events and programs is high. Earned revenue and attendance seen by most cultural organizations is growing, demonstrating the value that audiences place on programming. Nationally, many organizations are still struggling to recover from shuttered venues during COVID, but Salina appears to be heading in the right direction. I think in the summary document we're going to go over in a little bit, you'll see that earned revenue by those organizations exceeds charitable giving, foundations, and other underwriting, and that's a good thing to be in, to have the market helping sustain those operational models. The Salina Arts and Humanities Foundation also understands that demands for publicly funded projects exceed the capacity of the city budget. With this in mind, they've stressed the importance of growing an endowment with an eventual goal to have funds sufficient to underwrite all of the key programs of arts and humanities, including their support of the River Festival, arts education programming, and other special projects. Efforts are being made through Match Madness and other solicitations to grow that endowment. While I'm not going to get into a lot of the details of the private side, to give you an example, the long-term goal, about a 10 to 20-year goal by the foundation, is to get to $10 million in the endowment. Well, the spinoff of a $10 million endowment would be about $450,000, and that would underwrite all of the private funding that takes place for the Smoky Hill River Festival by the foundation. It would cover the Horizons grant program. It would cover the city's investment in art education annually, and there'd be some money left over for public art and or for other community engagement. For the long-term health of the organization and helping the bottom line of the city, having that as a goal beyond just coming to you annually for all of our operations, I think is important, and I want you to know that we're taking that very seriously throughout the year to take advantage of the citizens who have faithfully supported the programming that we have. We were at a conference, or hosted a conference last week, where one of the presenters on capacity building and fiscal management said that the national average of donor retention from year to year is about 45% for nonprofits. So that's a tremendous amount of work every year. Well, Salina Arts and Humanities and its Horizons program and the Smoky Hill River Festival, donor retention is in the double that. It's above 90%. Again, demonstrating the value not only in attendance, but in financially supporting the work of those events and the impact that they have on community. Finally, educational initiatives that nurture creativity at young ages. Since its founding in 1966, Salina Arts and Humanities has advocated for and produced thousands of arts education opportunities in the schools and throughout the community. You'll hear shortly about private and public school interests from Sarah. And as a reminder, Americans for the Arts reported, again, it's in the supplemental reports that you have before you, 92% of Americans believe that, quote, it's important for grades pre-K through 12 students to get an arts education in the arts, both in school and outside of school in the community. What's interesting about that is the people who said that, the 92% that said that, the ones who say that the arts are important to a community is actually a little lower. It's in the upper 80s. But 4% more than the 88% who say arts are important for a community, 4% more say, but it's really important for kids and for adults to continually learn. And so you'll see and hear about some of the efforts that are being made to not only have performance venues, but also the importance of education from the earliest stages through adulthood. Thankfully, the Salina area public and private schools continue to support the arts by hiring teachers and investing in programs. Again, to distinguish Salina as in the health of the arts in Salina, there are many schools across the state that might only have a music school, or they might only have visual arts in elementary, but they don't do it in middle and high school. There are some that have no arts programming, and they have to find ways to meet the state standards without having hired professionals. Salina is blessed to be able to have a school district and the private schools that strongly support the arts and arts education, and that helps raise the bar for all of us. Let's talk a little bit about economic impact. And if you want to turn to page 25 in your program, I mentioned the 7 entities. What I did was take the preceding pages have profiles of those organizations. It includes their mission. We have more copies, Mike, if you guys didn't get one. So,
sorry to distract.
Nope, that's okay. The 7 entities, I combined some of those numbers to be able to give you a summary report. I've already mentioned the $11.2 million for the total budgets. Total earned income was, $5.2 million, and private donations, $4.8 million. The economic impact on our community of 71 full-time employees just from those organizations, just from those 7 organizations. And the 160 part-time helps engage our citizens in creative practice, and it's a good reminder. Overall, in the nation, about 4% of the nation's GDP is in arts-related fields, profit and nonprofit. So that's designers, architects, graphics, any of the creative industries, frame shops, museums, galleries, aquariums, and I mean, if you put all of that together, it comes close in terms of the nation's GDP. The arts are close to things like transportation and just the nonprofits art world alone is equal to the total economic impact of the accounting profession nationally. So it's not a small thing. What you're seeing here is just a portion of the total impact of the arts in this community by just highlighting those that you provide funding to. Especially important for some of our later conversations are the total visitors. 253,000 is a significant number, again, just from those 7 entities. This doesn't include attendance at the car show or for parades and some of the other special events that occur throughout the year. This is just those that you provide direct or indirect funding to, or CARM dollars through the transient guest tax. The estimated local attendee spending, this nearly, or $3.75 million of estimated spending, that's in addition to the cost of a ticket. That's in addition to the cost of admission. And these aren't just pie-in-the-sky numbers, or Brad wanted a high number, so he found a unique multiplier in obscure place. Again, Americans for the Arts in their Arts and Economic Impact Study, we talked about that last year, Commissioner Ivey, you weren't here last year, but the national data that is gathered from like-sized cities and the multipliers that they use for both how much people spend who live in town and then spend extra money to go to a restaurant, hire a babysitter, do something else, is much lower. It's about half of what an out-of-county spender will, or visitor will do. And so we've separated those out. And so the estimated, I gave you the local at $3 3/4 million. Out of county is nearly twice that. And that's not a small amount of money. If we see that spending outside of the venue equals the total budgets of the organizations, that doesn't take into account the money that the 71 employees and the 160 part-time employees keep here and spend here and are employed here and reinvest in their community as well. So the economic impact is really quite a bit larger. Should have numbered my pages. The other thing that this doesn't take into account for are things like the economic impact of Boom or of Sculpture Tour Salina, or the hundreds of private events that take place that are arts-based. The bars and restaurants that hire musicians to play live music on a Friday or Saturday night. That draws folks. We don't have a good way right now of being able to track that, and we don't try to present numbers that are estimates. So the numbers that you're seeing are limited, again, to those 7 organizations and what we feel confident about reporting. But the overall economic impact is much higher. The benefits to businesses and hotels are significant. A conservative estimate of 12,500 room nights generated by the out-of-town visitors, of those out-of-county visitors, using a 10% estimate that 1 in 10 of out-of-county residents or attendees will rent a hotel room. Makes a significant impact on our restaurants, gas stations, and on the hotels, and again, capturing some of that bed tax that you've used to invest in the regional marketing. Overall, we do see, since the inception of the Cultural Arts Regional Marketing Program, that being able to have these cultural entities target their markets to specific areas beyond a 45-mile radius of Salina has been really helpful. And one of the things we also learned is that originally we thought, gosh, the people who are 100 miles away or 60 miles and further might get a hotel. We're seeing regular hotel occupancy coming from as close as 35 to 45 miles, just because people enjoy their time here and don't want to drive after a show. There may be other factors also that prevent them from getting in a car, but it's substantial numbers in terms of travel and tourism.
And part of that CARM purpose was to try to extend a visit into a stay. So.
Yes. Yeah, there are 2 components of the program, and we're going to be coming back to you later within the next few months to visit in more detail about that program, its impact, and some ideas we have for that continuation in the future. But I'll be working with Sean and with Renee at the Chamber to have a presentation for you. Yeah, one component was just to build some partnerships with a restaurant, with a hotel, which some have been really successful with. Some of that has become more difficult than we originally thought it would because of the privacy that some attendees expect. They don't want to share their business or reason for coming to town. They just want a nice place to stay and aren't inclined to share that. But in some of the other marketing where there are benefits of a hotel experience, a restaurant, and the venue, we are seeing some positive results of that as well. Downtown Salina redevelopment was inspired in part by the concentration of arts and culture within a quarter mile of Santa Fe and Iron. Arts audiences and diverse retail generate visitors who in turn look for a place to eat and to stay. Robust cultural arts programming continues to raise the bar for the attractiveness of the downtown. What comes to mind with that is in the early downtown redevelopment visiting sessions, Ken Boone from OHH, who was helping do one of the original plans for the downtown, made the comment that we can make this as beautiful as you want, but if you don't have programming, it's going to be dead. Now, that programming might be a sidewalk sale. It might be a really engaging restaurant, but programming drives attendance and activity, and we want to continue to provide that. In terms of enhancement, the arts enhancement of the city profile through regional and national events. Theater Salina has been a regular host of a large regional theater conference. SAH just welcomed, or Salina Arts and Humanities just welcomed 132 attendees last week for a two-day Kansas Arts Council Symposium. Arts leaders from across the state came and spent 2 days here with us in workshops and programs. The Stiefel Theater, as you well know, bring in more than 30 national touring acts annually. The Garage has elevated the city's profile amongst car enthusiasts and new audiences through the content that they're providing. The Zoo has a national profile for its success in protecting endangered species. Kansas Westland Fine Arts Program is going through a renaissance as students and their parents from across the country come to engage with the arts programs that they have. The Salina Symphony brings in numerous regional musicians and those with international reputations as guest soloists. The Salina Arts Center's new guest curator program and long tradition of featuring regional, national, and international artists makes a strong statement. The Smoky Hill Museum's traveling exhibitions have been well received across the state. Some are being booked up to 2 years in advance. And to give you just a little picture of what I mean by that, the museum does an exceptional job every 6 months or so of changing out the Central Gallery exhibits. Well, those were popular enough and they thought the content was marketable enough that they didn't want the exhibit to die after 6 months, so they adapt it to a slightly wider and rural audience, shrink it down so that it can travel in a van or a small truck, and multiple museums, libraries, and schools from across the state are paying to have that exhibit shipped out to them, set up, and then paying for it to either be returned or to go to the next venue. And these towns that don't have the same thing that Salina does, we're building a strong statewide reputation in the content and programs, and we're able to utilize the intellectual property of the museum and the hard work of the curators and designers to be able to extend that message about history beyond the city limits of Salina. In terms of public art and cultural identity, integration of public art into the urban landscape. Before the year 2000, I mentioned that on the slides, Salina had about 10 pieces of art that were out in the public. Those included Trifinity, a bust of Robert Caldwell, the Statue of Liberty, 2 Spanish American War memorial pieces, an American War or a Veterans Memorial at Sunset or at Sunset Park. And then a few, just a handful of other pieces. Well, the theater and the art center and the festival were here long before 2000, and what was regularly said is people had no idea that Salina was an arts community because when they drove through or by, they didn't see it. We had cool stuff happening inside, but it wasn't happening outside. And so for the 25th anniversary of the Smoky Hill River Festival, a community group was formed to envision what should we do to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the festival that would make a lasting impact, and the public art program was born. A proposal to adopt a public art program was brought before this body, and as I said, you approved that, and it took about 6 or 7 years to build the policy that we operate from now. But in the meantime, beginning in 2000 with the animal shelter and the water plant and the police department and then some other major projects along with other private initiatives and festival artwork that's been placed in public places, I'm going to ask you a question. How many pieces of art? I told you we had 10 before. If somebody said, well, how many pieces do you have since 2000? You want to take a guess? This does not include the roughly 300 pieces we have in the public schools and in like back here that were public art projects, but they're two-dimensional pieces that might be in a conference room or a more confined space. These are larger scale pieces that are publicly visible, but that are both privately inspired and publicly funded projects. How many do you think we have?
I'll say 150.
150, okay.
300.
Okay. Between 150 and 300. Anybody want to?
I knew you had at least 130 because you said that's how many slides there were.
It's not all inclusive. I did not include, yeah. Well, there's, if we count the public pieces that are on display with Sculpture Tour this year, there's 200, roughly. I mean, give or take, depending on how they're counted. Now, some of the Sculpture Tour pieces are actually kind of permanently on display, but not in a single place. But if we start adding what's available at the banks and with the Boom Mural Festival and all of the others, it's a substantial impact that program, both with public funding and with private support and projects, that has made a sizable impact on this community. And our front porch got a lot more exciting over the last 2.5 decades of having a strong public art program. The overall impact of the arts in general, these are kind of highlights of the key categories, the key areas that arts are part of this community. But there are some data and some advocacy points on page 26 and 27. I don't think there's page numbers on those, but there is on 25. So if you just turn one more, there's information about things that help equip you as commissioners to be able to know with confidence that you're not in the minority. You know, that citizens do, while there will never be a kumbaya moment for one piece of art by everyone. Somebody's favorite is going to be their least favorite. While some people say there should be more public funding of the arts, others are going to say there should be no public funding of the arts. We're not going to all be on the same page. But if you're looking for information about where Salina and the nation stand in terms of their expectations of arts and culture and the benefits of that, those 2 pages are a wealth of information, of data and talking points that you can trust. So we're going to move for a little bit more of kind of a closer look. I know I've highlighted some of these organizations, but in terms of the performing arts, you know, we have Theater Salina that has 4 musicals, 3 dramas, 2 after-dark performances, a performance by the Iron Street Dance Company that's an original creation each year. That throughout the year, that's a lot of live theater time that is available and that they produce, and the number of students that they're seeing. And I know that they've talked to you about their expansion already. The additional expansion isn't for additional performance space, it's for additional education and community engagement space. And we're seeing a growing number of citizens who don't want to just be a spectator, they want to be an active participant. They want to learn how something's done, something's made, or to do it themselves or create themselves. The Stiefel Theater, Salina Symphony, the temple with their historic drops in theater, and in the process of adding a new elevator and ADA restrooms is going to provide an additional performing arts space. The symphony not only has their own rehearsal hall now, but then they also, as you're aware, utilize the Stiefel for their main concerts, and then they're also doing outreach concerts. Before the last concert, they did a chamber music event in Junction City, and they have another one scheduled later this year for Concordia. And then they partner with Theater Salina, or did last year, for some what's called out of the box. Instead of just going to a formal hall and proscenium theater, they're performing in new and unique places or new and unique content. And creating a diversity of programs for a wider and new audience is something that adds to the creative energy of the community. In terms of museums and cultural heritage, I've already mentioned most of these, but we have the Smoky Hill Museum, Rolling Hill Zoo, the Garage, and the Salina Public Library, and museums and cultural heritage. There are 11 nationally accredited museums by the American Museum Association, the AMA, in the state of Kansas. 2 of them are in Salina. 2 of them are in Wichita. We have the same number of AMA accredited museums in Salina as Wichita. And that's the Salina Art Center and the Smoky Hill Museum. The Art Center doesn't have a permanent collection, but they are a contemporary art museum that just doesn't have a collection. But they still meet those standards and comply. That's a good place to be. And again, in terms of regional and statewide leadership, another example of the strength of those entities. In terms of festivals and other events that have public engagement, clearly the Smoky Hill River Festival is one of the premier events and has been since before it was an official festival in 1976. Or the street fair that inspired what became the River Festival. We're going to take just a second now, and I meant to write down the page number, but I've got a financial report for you on page 12 and 13. For the Smoky Hill River Festival. There's been some confusion and misunderstanding in the past as we've reported these numbers. We've tried to clean things up a little bit, make it a little bit easier to follow, but I want to remind you that Salina Arts and Humanities is a separate fund. The Arts and Humanities Fund is outside the general fund, but you still make a contribution to our salaries and operations each spring. So that transfer amount that is done helps sustain us both for our salaries and benefits and arts education programming and some our public art program and some of the other things that we do throughout the year, including the production of the River Festival. But as you'll see here, between wristband sales and vendor fees, grants, and Salina Arts and Humanities Foundation support. There isn't a specific line item for the city to underwrite that event. We don't require the city to subsidize this operational model other than our salaries and the in-kind support that comes from many of the other city staff. But as a direct expense, we work really hard every year to have the income cover our set expenses. And you can see what those expenses include, including technical services and entertainment, visual arts programming, travel, printing and marketing and advertising, office administration. That goes beyond, that's not personnel in our office, but that might be equipment, supplies, fees that are associated with having a headquarters in the park, those kinds of things. This year, as far as the cash budget of the festival, and our fiscal year just closed on the 30th, we have a outstanding payable of about $426, but we also have one vendor who hasn't paid their full account, and so if that's all done and leveled off, there should be approximately a $32,716 positive result of this year's event, and that is only possible because of what's on the opposite page. In-kind cost avoidance is what Anna and I and some of the rest of the staff do throughout the year. It's part of our time is spent asking the business community to help underwrite professional services, technical services, advertising, marketing, any hotels, food and beverage. We receive support from the business sector in-kind support that if we lost it tomorrow, I'd have to find a way to pay for it because we need it to have a successful festival from a cash standpoint. If all the hotels said, sorry, no free rooms, no discounted rooms, that hospital, I'm going to need $30,000 more. It's a substantial impact, but it helps offset the cost to the city and to the overall operations, and we're grateful for that level of community support to see $154,390 of in-kind support, and that's a pretty average year. One of those in the media and marketing is a multi-year agreement we have with Feely Creative, who is working on a 50th year film, a commemorative film for the festival, and their in-kind donation. We wouldn't have that expense every year, but it's a substantial pre-production cost of their staff that's out filming for days and doing follow-up, that in a few years that number may go down some, but right now those are the expenses from that. In addition, I don't have a dollar, but below that, in-kind festival enhancements not included in the annual budget. That's in excess of $100,000, and that would be our city staff time. That would be the delivery of an ATM on grounds, the cost that's associated with that. I'm not sure I'd pay for an ATM and not just put that responsibility back on citizens to say, hey, there's 8 ATMs within 2 blocks of the festival. We're probably not going to pay for that. But having it enhances the experience for the visitors. The Boy Scouts, and for 40 years, have taken their canoes to the river the week or two prior to the festival and cleaned up the trash out of the river in the park. They bring a large crew and a bunch of canoes and parents and a picnic and spend a couple of hours cleaning the river. That's something we probably couldn't afford to do, and so I don't want to include that as an operational cost or a cost avoidance, so that gives you a little bit of an idea. We have a local car dealership that provides support vehicles for us that help sharpen us and look a little better, and also allow some of our volunteers to be able to drive those vehicles because they can't drive a city car to be able to transport an entertainer or something. So again, those are things we probably couldn't afford and stay within the cost of the event, but it's a huge benefit. So also, just in terms of community support, or letting you know, the economic impact of the volunteers that we solicit this year. There were 1,326 volunteers plus an additional 81 committee leaders. Those committee leaders work like non-paid staff, but we're using the national numbers for an hour impact of volunteer work to show what that economic impact is. That's not part of the budget either, and I'm not sure what we'd do if we ever lost all our volunteers. We'd have a lot smaller festival. So with that, I'm going to transition in to some staff reports. I'm going to get caught back up. Talked a few minutes ago about public art, and as we've rotated through our different programs, I've asked Crystal Hammerschmidt to come and share a little bit about what the Community Art and Design Advisory Committee and kind of the status of public art in general is. So, Crystal.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time today. I just want to point out some of the highlights, some of the successes we've had with CAD, the Community Art and Design Committee. And first of all, looking at my list, I definitely want to give a shout out to Jeff Hammond because he has been integral in these conversations. And as Brad talked about, the front porch, sort of the outward facing look of the community, a lot of these things are happening in our public spaces, our parks. So having Jeff a part of that conversation and showing up to that committee allows us to really keep in line with the parks master plan and make some really intentional decisions about where things are going next. We've had a lot of changes in the parks. So that helps us make those recommendations on that committee as to where, say, People's Choice will go. So this last year, we were able to make a recommendation of the Jody Bliss Phoenix Rising piece, the People's Choice, to go to Oxbow. We were given a little bit of credit for some major changes because it happened to show up in the park right before the playground equipment. But I gave Jeff his due service there, that timing is everything. But it's nice to hear that the community appreciates those things happening. Another successful year with Salina Downtown and their trash corral project. This was year 2, and we have acted as a resource partner there, originally making that call for artists to go out. But the CAD committee is a recommending body. So that responsibility of reviewing those applications doesn't fall solely on Salina Downtown. That committee looks at that to say, is this appropriate for our community? And if there's any questions, I think they have a high level of integrity, understanding if there is a call back from the community, that they would be the ones answering that as to why we approved that and where it's going. So again, this was our second year with that project, and we were able to have one of those corrals painted during the Smoky Hill River Festival, which was an extra benefit of that collaboration. That one's installed by Cody Sanders, a local artist, and the second one by Julie Cates is finished, and the work order is in, so you guys will probably also see that one out and about probably here in the next couple weeks. This year, a big goal for us in the work that I do for arts and humanities is making sure we're caring and taking care of all of our public art, and that's a really large task. As Brad mentioned, we have quite a few pieces in our collection. So we have put the Community Art and Design Committee members to work as stewards of the community collection, and we have created an online form. So they are going out as individuals, and they have chosen certain pieces they want to look at, and they're recording those evaluations, taking photos, recording what's wrong. We do want to make sure that safety is of importance in our collection. Also, we're growing the collection, and we want to take care of it in the long run. So those evaluations are serving to support my work that I do every day in the arts and humanities by recognizing what's a high priority and what's coming next down the line. So we're using that care and maintenance budget that we're allotted every year. One of the big things that happened this year, there was the restoration and the cleaning of Splash, the mosaic, over at Kenwood Cove. And again, Jeff really took the lead on that, and that's a piece that's been around for about 11 years now, and it was the first time it really got some love and care. So some regrouting was happening, and then again in the spring we'll probably do a little bit of finishing. Also this last week on the 9th, the Statue of Liberty was removed from Oakdale Park for restoration. That has been part of our collection since the 50s. So some long overdue restoration. And another thing that Parks took care of was the cleaning of that limestone of that whole base. So again, those collaborations with Parks is really vitally important, and I think we've got a lot of work done in this past year because of that. And there's some other things coming up, but I don't want to get ahead of us. You guys are going to hear from me probably a couple more times today on some public art that's happening. But thank you for your time.
Thanks, Crystal. Next, to hit some highlights and some good news with the arts education program, in partnership with the public schools and private, Sarah Keck.
Hello, I'd like to direct your attention to the Blue Arts Infusion Guides. I have some more in the back if any community members would like to take a look. Specifically on pages 3 and 7, they give a great overview of the guide, the participating artists, and cultural organizations for this year. Arts Infusion is an education program that connects visiting and local teaching artists with the educators and students throughout Salina. Educators can select curriculum-based content that addresses a variety of topics, including social studies, English language arts, science, visual arts, and more. The teaching artists are presenting on curriculum-based content using arts education practices as a vehicle to do so. The program provides content for students from pre-K through 12th grade throughout the school year, and accommodations are available so that any student may participate regardless of their socioeconomic level or their disability status. The program puts a lot of effort into providing opportunities into economically disadvantaged schools within Salina and to make public events free for all. USD 305 invests annually into the program, contributing around a third of the budget and the city providing the remaining 2/3. Going out to the schools with sessions designed to partner with the curriculum that Salina educators are implementing provides experiences that are positive, collaborative, inspirational, and challenging. We've been including programming to partner with the 3 goals of the school district to increase skills in communication, critical thinking, and social-emotional learning. Some examples include a session by Dino Odell about the solar system using music, movement, and animations that's timed to be at the beginning of second semester when a lot of elementary schools are beginning their solar system unit. Another is a writing workshop by Poet Laureate of Kansas, Tracy Brimhall, to practice descriptive writing where high school students will not only get to learn new ways of analyzing, but get real-time practice and feedback during the process from that presenter. A local teaching artist with a decade of experience teaching kindergarten, Tia Westling has helped us to add some pre-K and kindergarten offerings through sessions that combine movement and fine motor skill activities with books in the classroom. The adapted programming developed after conversations and feedback from local public and private schools have actually helped us to gain an approximate 30% increase in the number of buildings that have requested programs in their school this year. The most that we see that increase in is in pre-K and kindergarten classes and in middle school English courses that are looking for writing workshops. The Arts Infusion program provides sessions both in the classroom and out in the community. Visiting artists will often provide community events and workshops that are free for the public to attend. These can range from a public performance to a presentation to interactive workshops. The program partners with local cultural organizations, and this year we have sessions that include Friends of the River, Salina Art Center, Theater Salina, and the Salina Symphony. There's also inserts for cultural organizations that may not have a specific session with the program, but they've got some really great educational opportunities and youth services programs that are great for both teachers and the public to be able to take advantage of. The guide provides the community members with information about local cultural organizations and community resources. It's a great single location with information on ways to engage with groups that significantly impact Salina's culture, entertainment, educational opportunities, and economics. This makes the guide a great way to connect with educational resources, but it's a great workforce recruitment and retention tool as well. We give out a lot of copies to boards and business leaders in Salina for this purpose. If anyone is interested in learning more about the Arts Infusion program, information is located under the Programs tab on the website, salinaarts.com, or contacting Salina Arts and Humanities located within the museum. Okay.
Thanks, Sarah. This, the superintendent, actually it was a previous superintendent, but Superintendent Exline was an early supporter when she was a classroom teacher of Arts Infusion, and they've continued to be an active and enthusiastic financial supporter and utilize a great deal of the program. I think the previous superintendent had said of all of the financial investments the district makes, this is one of the best bangs for the buck that they have. And they really value this partnership. I'm going to ask Anna Pauscher-Morowitz to come and share a little bit. I've mentioned a couple of times that we serve as a local and regional resource partner for the arts, and to give you a little bit of background about that, and also the mystery envelope that's at your table. So.
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Anna Pauscher-Morowitz. I'm the Operations and Development Manager for Salina Arts and Humanities. I'm here to share some about resource partnership. As a local and regional resource partner, we are dedicated to responsibly empowering and raising the value that art, creatives, and creativity contribute to a healthy community, our community, where we encourage mutually beneficial partnerships and provide resources that strengthen businesses and artistic development in our local creative economy. These efforts align with our mission to cultivate this place through the power of arts and humanities to change lives and build community. We are also advocates for the arts and humanities on both local and regional levels, as we've done with you today, communicating the benefits of these activities for individuals, creatives, artists, organizations, and city government. Our typical advocacy areas include social and community benefit, economic benefit, and business and financial literacy for artists. We are assessing our role as a resource partner and continue setting goals and evaluate our role to enhance our support for local creatives and community members. There is a recognized need for expanded professional development resources and opportunities that support both artistic and business endeavors. Our role as a resource partner is evident through our work as a professional voice for the advancement of arts in the region, a leadership in providing information about data and advocacy efforts, empowering local organizations and businesses by communicating about how the arts and culture benefits our whole community, encouraging organizations and individuals to communicate with local and regional governments about how their work supports a healthy community and strengthens the economy, cultivating new arts and cultural supporters and leaders, listening to communities' interests and concerns as they relate to issues addressed by the arts and humanities, and offering resources for how individuals and organizations can use their existing work to increase awareness about their social and economic impact in the field, and working with educators to promote the arts and humanities as career paths. Our staff engages in speaking opportunities throughout the community, both in Salina and nearby cities and organizations. On page 11 in your packet, there is a list of organizations that we have had speaking engagements with in the last year. These topics vary and often include the festival, public art in our community, arts education, volunteerism, arts advocacy, and artist and community development. New this year, in the manila envelope on your desk, we've been working with Brandon Oakes, a Kansas Wesleyan graphic design student, as an intern to design some images for an arts advocacy campaign. You're welcome to open those packets and take a look. We designed these branded materials that we're distributing throughout the community with messages like art happens here, let creativity thrive, no art, no heart, show love. These messages are highlighting the vital role that the arts play in our daily lives. You'll see in the packet a variety of buttons, stickers, and window clings for different types of scenarios. We're encouraging that these materials be distributed at coffee shops, event venues, restaurants, museums, businesses, cultural organizations, churches, community groups, and more. In that packet, you'll also see that there's a QR code. That QR code goes directly to a Google Drive file with all of these digital resources, as well as resources that can be used on social media or websites or email communication. They are intended to be open source, so we're encouraging that these people make them their own. You can edit these images or add your name or organization or logo to help spread the message and be a part of the conversation. Shifting gears just a little bit, I wanted to mention another role that we have been using another way we've been a resource partner recently, and that is in our collaboration with Humanities Kansas and the Salina Art Center and the Stiefel Theater in bringing the U.S. Poet Laureate Ada Limon to Salina, to the Stiefel Theater this Thursday. We had an incredible response to the tickets that were distributed, and so we've moved the venue. It was originally at the Art Center at a capacity of 150. Those tickets were gone within 22 minutes, and so we've moved to the Stiefel Theater. And right now we have, I think, over 300 people registered for this event. That number keeps on climbing the closer we get to it. We're hoping to fill the floor of the Stiefel Theater of people who are here to see and witness the U.S. Poet Laureate read in our community. This is an incredible opportunity that we're really excited to be a part of. Our role as a resource partner has been making the connections with local resources like the Stiefel and also marketing the event to our community. Last, I want to celebrate our department's work as a regional resource partner through the Kansas Arts Council Symposium. Brad has mentioned this briefly today, and last week we gathered for 2 days at Theater Salina with 132 attendees from across the state who were here to learn together in a professional development setting to strengthen our state, our resources, and our communities through the arts. Our staff has coordinated the event for the last 2 years, and we are looking at passing this event on to Wichita next year. So we're really proud to have been able to coordinate that. It's positioned our community in a way that people are able to see the hard work that we've done as a city, as a department, as a community, as a whole to promote the arts and as an example of how we can support this work. So thank you all for your support in that, and I'll pass it back to Brad.
Thanks, Anna. Wrapping up, I do, in addition to the resource partnerships that Anna talked about, Anna will be a larger resource partner to the state. She was recently appointed, attended her first meeting this month at the Kansas Arts Commission. So she's going to be an arts commissioner. There wasn't an arts commission my first year on the job. It's not only been restarted and invigorated, but has, I think this year's budget will be in excess of $2 million. Is that right? Money from National Endowment for the Arts and Mid-America Arts Alliance and the state of Kansas have strengthened that organization to be a financial resource both for rural and for our community for special projects and programs. So it's great to have her representing Salina on that governor-appointed board. Mentioned a couple of times this is Arts and Humanities Month, and we've talked about the various programs, entities, and some background of what we've done. But here's what's happening in Salina in October, since we're not doing a proclamation. The Boom Mural Festival, David Zinn, who was one of the Boom artists, did a community-wide workshop that had 75 participants downtown. The Kansas Arts Council Symposium. Salina Arts Center Gallery has 3 new exhibits as part of their latest show. The Salina Symphony had their opening concert a week ago Sunday. The Revolutionists opened last Thursday at Theater Salina. Craft Beer Festival and Wine Walk with street buskers on Santa Fe and multiple city lights stage shows this month. 3 Stiefel shows. KWU Sam's Hall, a $4 million renovation of Sam's Hall, is opening this Saturday with a musical concert. The Smoky Hill Museum has an exhibit opening here in the next, I think, a week from Thursday. First Thursday presentation earlier this month. 2 visiting artists in the schools through Sarah's program with Arts Infusion, and the Iron Street Dance Company is also doing a residency at the schools. The nation's poet laureate that you just heard about is coming this Thursday. Pumpkin Pazoola was last weekend at the zoo with multiple performances by Youth Symphony at that event, and there's multiple First Friday gallery shows that kicked off October, multiple book and author events at the Red Fern Booksellers, and Sarah is also responsible, along with our staff, helping out later this week for 600 smiling middle schoolers in 2 groups to do the culture crawl. They'll be going to multiple venues throughout the greater downtown to get immersed, some for the first and possibly only time that they've had a chance to be in some of those facilities and experience it. And having every 7th grader at the 2 public schools come through the downtown adds a decibel level and energy that I wish I could just have a portion of. Finally, in your packets towards the end, I've put 6 different resource guides, and that isn't to test you or to quiz you or to give you a lot extra to read, but just to let you know some of the things that we talked about today in education, workforce, tourism, housing, economic development, or livability of a community. The arts touch every one of those. They also touch transportation. They touch the military. They touch medicine. And Americans for the Arts has a really cool tool that allows you to click on any one of those 26 or 28 different areas that a community needs to be able to be complete and say, how do the arts integrate? Well, this just gives you some examples nationally. We don't mimic or model everything we do after these, but it does have some data in terms of the importance of the arts integrated into these different areas of the fabric of our community, and we'll continue to be a promoter for that. Finally, whether citizens directly participate or simply value the role the arts play in their community, Salina is setting a high bar as a strong cultural city. We're the envy of other towns in the Midwest. The community financial and volunteer support are result in positive economic impact for the city. As indicated by the impact of the public art program on the community, the city's investment of the arts through CARM, the department support that you provide to Salina Arts and Humanities, and the in-kind services that the city provides to some of the cultural entities allows cultural organizations to thrive and the citizens to benefit from having a high level of programs and art education opportunities year-round. I can't imagine what the burden on our community would be if Salina Arts and Humanities had to do all of those things. I'm really thankful that the investments that you make in the Art Center, the zoo, the CARM, the Stiefel, and the community theater through those programs have in helping them to thrive. I hope you share in my enthusiasm for Salina to continue to be a leader in the cultural arts in Kansas. My hope is the arts continue to instill a sense of pride and identity for citizens and visitors, and the cultural arts continue to be a strong economic generator for the community, lifting businesses as hundreds of thousands enjoy the artistic energy of this place. I want to thank you for your past and continued support as the arts reflect the best the creative community can offer to its citizens. Thank you for taking the time to hear this report, and know that we're here to respond to needs and opportunities as they come up, and be a positive part of the community's renaissance. So I know I didn't leave you a lot of time, but are there questions?
Thank you, Brad. I guess one thought I have is, as I've seen these slides go by, I feel a little guilty that I don't know where half that stuff is.
That's a good point. We
all just drive by with our mind focused on, and we don't take it in and appreciate it. So
we have created on the Arts and Humanities website a greater downtown art walking guide. We also have Crystal and Susan work on our community art design webpage on the salinaarts.com. We do have an interactive map that allows you to click on different work that's both public and private that we've identified. We're currently still trying to catch up on all of the different entities, and without usurping what they do. We don't want to take anything from the website at Sculpture Tour or from Boom, but we want to be able to have a single place for citizens to go to find as much as they can, and so that's a to-be-continued project.
Yeah, and I had to scratch my head to find the Boom mural, on the back of the Consolidated building.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I saw the pictures, I could not place where that was, and that's something to see. And then I was frustrated with the chalk art.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to find that before it washes off?
You're not. No. They purposely didn't put those on the map, in part because the artist didn't know where he was going to work until he stumbled across a weed. He said he had trouble finding cool places on Main Street because our downtown was so clean, he couldn't find weeds in the sidewalk to be able to do his drawings off of. And he uses a lot of weeds and defects, and he commented about how good we looked. And
one last thing, city manager and I discussed recently, I think our city flag looks very dated and old. Would Arts and Humanities be up to looking at that, taking that project on?
I'm glad you asked about Arts and Humanities and not the city manager's office. It sounds like a great idea to me.
I think modeling, if we can talk informally, because I would want permission, but I think that using the public art process of how we engage community and inviting participation, that working with the governing body and city leadership to say, what is it about the spirit of this place you want reflected in a flag and in an identity? We put that together in a call, and we ask artists to design to that vision of what we want that flag to reflect in our community. The current one is kind of tired, but the symbolism in it is really tight. It's just I'm not sure people get it, and it's been a long time since it's been revisited. So
we are on the clock here. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, well, thank you, and we will see you back here at 4 o'clock for our regular meeting.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll call the October 14th, 2024 meeting of the Salina City Commission to order. I will ask staff if confirmation of the Kansas Open Meetings Act required notice has been provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May we have a roll call?
Mayor Longbine,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Ivey,
Here.
Commissioner Linkowitz.
Here.
Thank you. May all who are willing and able please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, before we get started, I am going to ask the clerk to get the microphone as close to you as you can, because I couldn't hear you. That would bring us to item 3. We have 2 public hearings. Item 3.1, please.
Item 3.1, conduct a public hearing and approve resolution number 24-8240 declaring 122 East Jewell Avenue a dangerous structure and establishing a timeline for its repair or removal.
Mr. Furbeck.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Sean Furbeck, Dangerous Structure Specialist with the Community and Development Services Department. Today we're here to talk about the dangerous structure at 122 East Jewell Avenue. Next slide. I'm here to present the building official's request for condemnation of the structure at 122 East Jewell Avenue.
Can you pause just a moment?
Yes.
I forgot to open the public hearing.
Sorry.
The public hearing is open. Go ahead.
For the condemnation of the structure at 122 East Jewell Avenue. At the end of the presentation, I will ask you to find by resolution that this structure is a dangerous structure by Salina Municipal Code definition, direct the repair or removal of the structure, and fix a reasonable time which in one of these must be commenced and diligently prosecuted. KSA 12-1750 and following provide a roadmap for this process. In keeping with the statute, the City Commission met on August 26, 2024 and passed Resolution 24-8228, setting the date for this public hearing. Notice of the hearing was published twice, at least 30 days prior to this public hearing, on August 21st and September 3rd of this year. Per statute, copy of the resolutions were mailed to all interested parties September 4th, 2024, and we're conducting the required public hearing as I speak. In a moment, you will hear evidence for the dangerous structure designation for 122 East Jewell Avenue. At the conclusion of this hearing, we will ask for you to make a determination as to whether the structure at 122 East Jewell Avenue is dangerous. If the Commission supports the dangerous designation of the building official, we will ask that you direct the repair or removal of the structure and fix a reasonable time within which one of these must be commenced and diligently prosecuted. Of course, the resolution will be published and mailed to the owners and parties of interest. The cost to the city in the event that the structure is ultimately demolished by the city, state law provides a process. The cost of the demolition will be billed to the property owner. If payment is not made, a special assessment is filed against the land in which the structure is located for reimbursement. This is a description of the property. And that can be found in your packet. To ensure procedural fairness, the evidence supporting our request was not provided to you until now. As you can see from this table, required certified mailings to provide notice of this hearing took place on August 29th, 2024. Property owner, Jamie L. Schofield. The certified letter which was sent to him was returned unclaimed. The other parties of interest, Discover Bank and Saline County Clerk, were signed for. The property was posted, notice of this hearing, on August 31st, 2024. Some background on this structure. There was a fire at this residence on March 4th, 2024. Once a search warrant was conducted, numerous violations of the Salina Municipal Code were observed. And to date, there has been no repairs done, and this structure was made secure. Now, some of the evidence that you will be shown, the roof and roof assembly of this structure have been in deterioration for years. Post-fire, we not only have the fire damage, the smoke damage, and the damage caused by firefighting efforts, but because these holes in the roof have been there for a number of years, you have the elements which are coming inside the structure, which have made the floors very, very unsafe. Salina Municipal Code criteria for determining the dangerous statute, the status of a structure, is found in section 31502.1. There are 11 violation criteria, and any one of the criteria warrants a dangerous structure designation. I will show you that the structure meets 5 of the 11 listed criteria. So, what makes a structure dangerous? Let's begin with criterion 1. Having any obstructed path of egress makes a structure dangerous. Every walking path was covered with obstacles, making travel hazardous. Also, as I explained earlier, with the years of elements being brought inside that structure, the floors were somewhat hazardous. Criterion 3, any portion of the structure that is likely to experience partial collapse makes the structure dangerous. Since the fire on March 4th, 2024, this structure was found to have fire and smoke damage to the main level. The roof, to include shingles and decking, are missing in numerous locations on the west side of the roof. The roof envelope has been in decay for numerous years. And this is the kitchen area looking out into the sky. Criterion 6, any structure allowed to exist in a condition that makes it dangerous for its use and occupancy is a dangerous structure. This picture shows another portion of the ceiling and missing sections of the roof decking. Still on criteria 6, this picture shows a view of the west side of the roof from the exterior, and you can see the holes that are quite evident there. Criterion 8, when a building presents a substantial risk of fire or an immediate threat to life and safety, a structure is dangerous. The roof is structurally unstable and could collapse. This is a picture showing the east side of the roof, which also has holes in it, and you can see that there's a noticeable sway to the inside of the structure. Criterion 10, any building that lacks required fire resistance rated construction or systems needed for occupancy is a dangerous structure. The structure had the electrical services removed in 2023. Gas and water services were removed in 2013. Here is a summary of the facts regarding the dangerous conditions at 122 East Jewell. The structure is abandoned and unsafe. There was an interior fire. There has been no repairs done to this point. And on number 5, the water damage from the firefighting efforts is just part of it, because the rest of it is coming through the roof into the inside of that structure. Required building systems are non-operational. It's remained in that condition post-fire with no evidence that any repairs have been done. To conclude, the building official has determined that the structure at 122 East Jewell Avenue is unsafe and dangerous. Based upon the preponderance of evidence presented this afternoon, we request the City Commission find, by resolution, that this structure is dangerous and direct the repair or removal of the structure, and fix a reasonable time within which one of these must be commenced and diligently prosecuted. If you look in your packets for Resolution 24-8240, you will find our recommendations for reasonable times by which the owner should execute the required process steps, which include Option 1, permit application to be submitted no later than November 13th, 2024. Permit to be secured on or before November 28th, 2024. And repair work to commence no later than December 13th, 2024, and be diligently prosecuted until complete. Option 2, postpone consideration of Resolution 24-8240 pending additional information needed as directed by the Commission. Number 3, decline to approve Resolution 24-8240 upon a finding that the repairs to the structure located at 122 East Jewell Avenue will be taken care of by the property owner. Staff recommends option number 1. Does the Commission have any questions of me?
Questions for Mr. Purvitt?
Nope.
Pretty clear. Is the property owner or their representative here to make comment? Is there any public comment? I will close the public hearing and bring this back to the Commission.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve resolution number 24-8240, finding that the structure at 122 East Jewell Avenue is unsafe or dangerous, directing that the structure be repaired or removed, and the premise made safe and secure according to the timeline listed in the resolution.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8240, finding that the structure at 122 East Jewell Avenue is unsafe or dangerous, directing that the structure be repaired or removed, and the premises made safe and secure according to the timeline listed in the resolution. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. That will bring us to item 3.2.
Item 3.2, conduct a public hearing and approve resolution number 24-8244, directing the city to demolish the structure located at 1616 West Crawford Street.
I will open the public hearing. Mr. Furbeck.
Well, once again, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Sean Furbeck, Dangerous Structure Specialist, Development Services, Community Development. Today we are here to talk about the structure located at 1616 West Crawford Street. You passed Resolution 24-8220, which outlined a series of deadlines depending on whether the owner elected to either make the premise safe and secure by performing the demolition work or repair work as defined in that resolution. If the owner had elected to make the premise safe and secure by performing the demolition work, Section 3.1 of that resolution states the owner shall immediately commence and diligently pursue A, engagement of any necessary consultants and or contractors, and B, the preparation and submission of a complete and accurate application by the owner or its consultants and or contractors to the city for the required permits for the demolition work which are suitable for acceptance and review by the building official no later than August 21st, 2024. The owner did apply for a demolition permit, but failed to pay for that permit or pick it up. Had the owner elected to make the premise safe and secure by performing repair work, Section 4.1 of the resolution states, the owner shall immediately commence and diligently pursue A, engagement of any necessary consultants and or contractors, and B, the preparation and submission of complete and accurate applications by the owner or its consultants or contractors to the city for the required permits for the repair work which is suitable for acceptance and review by the building official no later than September 20th, 2024. The owner failed to meet that criteria. Staff has identified the following possible actions for the Commission's consideration. Approve Resolution 24-8244, directing that the structure at 1616 West Crawford Street be raised and removed by the city and the premise made safe and secure. The cost associated with administrative fees shall be billed through the city clerk's office for payment by owners within 30 days of invoicing. If full payment is not received, the charges shall be certified to the Salina County clerk and placed on the property tax rolls. 2 would be postpone consideration of Resolution 24-8244 pending the provision of additional information or modification of the deadlines or provisions as directed by the Commission. Or 3, declined to approve Resolution 24-8244. Staff recommends option 1. Questions?
Questions for Mr. Furbeck?
Mayor, if I may, I might add just a couple of details and then may ask the city attorney to as well. As I believe you recall, the resolution 248220 contemplated the possibility of missing the deadlines and provided the process that we're conducting here today, which is scheduling a show cause hearing. So you've already had a hearing and determined the building to be dangerous. You've set the deadlines. Resolution 248220 then provided that if those deadlines were missed, there'd be a show cause hearing where the owner has the opportunity to show cause to you why we shouldn't proceed. And that resolution also then created the presumption that if the deadlines were missed, why we shouldn't proceed to demolition of the structure at city expense. So the resolution that Mr. Furbeck has referred to and that's attached to your packet is proceeding on that prior direction. And I know it'd probably be easiest to let the city attorney kind of speak to how it is that resolution was drafted, that it's not intended to be a predetermination as much as providing you the necessary document as you consider the information you might receive as part of the show cause hearing.
Mr. Bingston.
Thank you, Mr. Scragg, Mayor, and Commissioners. In the preparation of this draft resolution, if you will, or almost more like a template resolution, you'll first see that the property is legally described. The original resolution of your finding of the dangerous structure status was recorded with the Register of Deeds. We anticipate whatever your determination is today would also be documented and recorded. That's why that legal description is repeated, so it can be recorded. The rest of the recitals basically go through what brought us to this point, much along the line of what has already been described. There is then a set of findings that are based on what we knew as of the time that this item went out in your packet in terms of the factual circumstances surrounding the matter. It is designed certainly in anticipation of any information that Mr. Joseph, as the owner, might present to you today that would potentially be the basis for further elaboration on whatever factual findings you might choose to make today as a result of information that is presented during this show cause hearing. Section 2 anticipates that we consistent with the findings as we know them now, that the potential exists for you to determine that the prescribed deadlines have not been met and that, in your judgment, the best course of action is for the city to undertake the raising and removing of the dangerous structure. Obviously, depending on what you hear today, if the owner is able to provide compelling information that would cause you to bring about a different result, a different order as to what is to occur now in relation to the property and the owner's efforts, then that would, of course, result in a different set of conclusions. So as I say, this was built merely as a template based on what we knew when the packet was prepared and went out to you, and is certainly subject to whatever is heard and whatever you conclude based on today's show cause hearing.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners for legal counsel?
Not at this time.
The property owner have any comment?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council and City Managers.
You state your name, please.
30 days.
Can you state your name, please?
Joshua Joseph, the property owner for 1616 Crawford Street. The last time I came here, around 30 days was too short a period to come up with a complete set of plans to make repairs for the building and to change the use of the building. But since then, I have my design architect with me who we work together. We also met the city planning and worked through all the details of what we want to do the building. If given a chance, our plan is to make that the full structure into two different structures, and I think the plans are can be displayed, and if given a chance, in the next 3 months, we'll have it completely cleaned, demolished, where it's divided into two buildings, and then while our plans are still being worked with y'all, and the permit is given, in the next year, we'll have the building completely useful, with all new sprinklers, all new plumbing, and the whole new site. I have secured a $3 million financing from Frontier State Bank, Oklahoma City, for the project. I had to put a $1 million CD to get the $3 million, and if this plan is approved, I would like to bring it forth, and I'd like to invite Fred Gatela, the design engineer, to design architect, to go through the plan and see if you all would vote to let it continue, let it be built, and whatever you all decide today, I'll be okay with that.
Good evening, mayors, and good evening, commissioners. My name is Fred Gatela. As we agreed from the owner of this property, and if you can see on that plans, the existing is the whole building seated on that property. So the new proposal is, if you can see on the middle, we just divided that into two buildings. The existing guest rooms facing to the north, the owner decided to convert it into storage areas. So all guest room should be converted into storage. And on the other side of the building, facing south, the owner also decided to make it a retail or commercial area. And not only that one, if you can see on the west side of the main building, east side of the, on the upper side, that one. So the small portion there, he wants to add another 1 story of small storage on that area. It's a new building. A new storage. On the south side of the east,
to use that to point at things.
Oh, okay.
Just press that button.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. On the southeast, on this building, the owner decided to make a proposed future retail. Maybe he can say maybe pesto on that schedule. But again, if we can see, look again back to the north side of the proposed storage, the entire areas, including on the west side of the existing parking area. So we are going to remodel everything, replace the concrete paving into a new one. And we also decided to put a fence around this proposed storage. So we are going to provide a entrance gate here for the storage, and this is the office for the storage, and they can going out to the other side just to exit on this side. So the thing is, we are going to divide this building and provide a new fire lane in this area. But if you can see on this, in the middle of the existing structures, the owner decided instead of adding more storage, he just want to make it one of the sport facilities, like the one that we have, pickleball, So this proposed office, we're going to use as combined for the storage and the sport facilities. So if someone's using the sport facilities, they're going to here in the office and then go out here, and then they can use the sport facilities in this area. But on this area, we're going to provide an enclosed new wall. And we have to provide 2 main exits for this area. And again, the existing guest room on this area, we're going to convert it into a storage room. Those guest rooms are facing to the exterior wall, this side and also this side. We're going to extend the wall towards to the exterior wall and provide individual roll-up door for the proposed storage on this area. So we also provide one of these guest rooms from first floor, second floor, third floor to be an condition storage area. And so this is the new remodel for this existing hotel that the owner decided to make it a new one. Again, going back to the south, so the owner, he wants to remodel this as a retail or commercial for these remaining structures. So we should have to provide, according to the standard, to change whatever the existing damages, electrical wires, plumbings, air conditions. So as we go through inside of the area, so we saw there's a lot of needs to be changed. And which is the owner, he agrees to replace on that one. Again, going back on this parking area, we have to change everything into a new concrete paving. As far as I remember, that when we had a pre-development meeting last month, I think the planning and zoning, the advises us to change some layout, whatever the existing parking area right now. So instead that we are providing...
We're getting a little out of the scope of the hearing here. Can you wrap up pretty quick?
Okay. Can we have a quick slideshow for the rendering or videos? There we go. So this is the new proposed storage. On this area, this is the one that we're talking about, to demolish that portion to make into 2 different buildings. One the storage and the other one is the retail. So the other rendering, please. There. So this is the front building facing the main road. So this is going to be the new phase of the proposed retail of this area. And if we can slide show the videos for the final discussions, if you can. So this videos is presenting to going to the north side of the building. This is the main entrance. And if you can see on this below roll-up door, so from the existing concrete wall, we're going to use it as a roll-up door. And the second to the third floor, we have to maintain it as a existing new glass so that we can have more lights inside of the storage. The last clip. So this is the last clip that we had that we're going to show where is the sports facilities or pickleball that we're trying to show on inside of the building. So we have to provide the fences to make sure that we have enough privacy for the sport facilities. Behind of that one is the new model of the new conversion of the guest room to storage room. So that's all. If you have any questions, I can try to answer them.
Questions? I guess my question is, when is this going to happen, and are we going to see
well
security?
As far as my client were dealing too many projects from him, like hotels. So when we already started this one, this is going to be happening as soon as possible, because I think he mentioned that he started getting some money on this one here. So if we're giving a chance, so maybe next month we can submit the full set of plans.
Okay, or beyond maybe.
Well, because we have already, because we have already the full set of plans, we're trying to complete the other documents to make sure that we are going to submit a complete documents to the city for permitting. The one that I provided is it's a complete set of remodeling of this building. So that's why we try our best to work hard, make an overtime to make sure that we can have a complete set of plans. So if we are going to allow, so next month, I'm giving you assurance that we can submit the plans for permitting.
Question?
Go ahead.
Memory serves me correctly, maybe 2-3 years ago, there was a proposal to put storage on this same property, and I hope I don't ask this question incorrectly, but there were some zoning issues which made it improper. What was the final result of that, and how that would influence this?
Right, and I don't remember the date. I want to say it may have been 2017 or 2019, but there was a proposal by the owner to convert the entire facility to storage. There was a recognition on the city's part that in the current zoning category, that was a permitted use, but it wasn't in keeping with our comprehensive plan, our gateway plan for the corridor. And so we, as the city, initiated a text amendment to that zoning category and made it a conditional use rather than a permitted use. And the conversation or the project kind of stalled out at that point. I have had conversations with Mr. Joseph, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he did acknowledge that he's trying to break this into retail in the front and storage in the back, somewhat in response to the concern that caused the code amendment in the first place. So, but I want to give him ample opportunity to kind of speak to his intentions. But it still, as a conditional use, would require planning and zoning commission consideration of a request for a conditional use permit, and you're not in a position to contractually zone at your level on that. It would have to go forward and go through that process.
What's the usual time frame for that process to work itself through?
I might call on staff on the assumption that we have in a full set of a full application to begin with, 45 to 60 days.
Okay.
Just depending on how the application date falls with the required notice and commission hearing dates.
All right. Thank you.
But I specifically want to ask Mr. Joseph whether I've described that correctly from his vantage point.
Yes, since you're, at first 5 years back when I proposed to change the whole building, the concern was the front will look like a storage, and the city didn't want to do that. And so we want to keep the front as a retail and do the back part as storage and block, so there won't be any highway view of the storage, but the building will still look with the brick facade. It'll look the same. It just won't, there won't be any front view of it. And so we decided leave the front as retail and do the back as storage, because the rooms can be easily converted into into storage facility. And in the next 3 months, I assure you, before December 31st, the building will be completely secured, divided, and everything from the building removed. And then while we wait for the new plans, by January, we're hoping, January or February, we're hoping we get the city permit to start the full construction of the said storage and the retail part.
Can you submit a letter of support and confirmation from your lender that?
Yes, I can send it to you first thing tomorrow morning, because I already, they already drafted the letter, and they were supposed to send it to me to be presented here, but I was looking at my email. I haven't got it yet, but I can send you that by tomorrow for sure.
So, and I'm sorry, I couldn't make it, when you were speaking earlier, I couldn't make out the value of that commitment.
Yeah, to get a $3 million loan, I had to put a $1 million CD, which is already with the bank. And based on the $1 million CD, they'll be giving me a $3 million loan for the project.
And who's the lender?
Frontier State Bank, Oklahoma City. And Chris Wayne is a loan officer.
So, Commissioners, I certainly don't want to get ahead of you, but if this approach and a timeline is something that you wish to entertain, we could format that in the form of a development agreement in lieu of a resolution ordering demolition. We typically do that in a more proactive development than in connection to dangerous structure determination. But if that's at all of interest to you, we couldn't do it on the fly today, but that's an alternative.
I personally have several concerns and also questions for probably legal counsel. I think as far as setting up timelines, guarantee, maximum price guarantee for the project, so on and so forth. I would kind of like to go into executive session for a period of time to be able to actually know what my options are. And
I think that's certainly your prerogative.
Yeah. I think I have more questions than I have answers at this point. I'm somewhat disappointed that this thing's been in this deteriorating for this many years, and now all of a sudden we have a plan that's comes before us, and I still question. I'm just going to be honest. I question whether $3 million can get your job done. So we have some hard discussions to have here. So with that, I move that, and I'm going to just 20 minutes seem like enough. I don't know. I'm good. Probably.
We always seem to run long. You can always come back and get more time.
You want to try 20 or 30?
20.
Try 20?
Just because if it only takes 20, we've got a room full of folks.
Yeah, I know. So, okay, I move the City Commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss Legal considerations pertaining to the dangerous structure located at 1616 West Crawford Avenue with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 5:05.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss legal considerations pertaining to the dangerous structure located at 1616 West Crawford. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Mayor, if I may.
And we will resume at 5:05. Yep.
I'm sorry, I was just going to, if I may, mention briefly for Mr. Joseph and his representative and anyone else that might be concerned. This opportunity is limited to my opportunity to advise the commission on legal matters that would be subject to the attorney-client privilege. It is not an opportunity to discuss the matter any further than should be discussed privately. Anything that requires any discussion publicly will, of course, occur subsequent to the executive session here in the public setting. So,
And then if I could cover a couple of housekeeping items. In addition to yourselves, the city legal counsel, myself, expect that Deputy City Manager, Assistant City Manager will be in attendance, as well as Lauren Driscoll, Director of Community Development Services, and Dean Andrew, the Planning and Zoning Administrator.
We will resume at 5:05. Okay, we are back in regular session, and we do have some action to take. Is there further discussion or questions for Mr. Joseph and his representative?
Question. One of the issues that the city, and I mean the city at large, neighbors, not just the city government, has been the security at the building. We understand that, wiring's been taken out, plumbing's been taken out, people have been living in there, set fires. What can you do now, even before January, to secure this property?
We already have people putting fence around the building and securing the building. So if it was approved, then the guys will continue working, and we'll have somebody, not only put the fence, but somebody stationed there 24 hours a day, just being there, making sure while because we'll start the work right away of cleaning up the place. So we'll be there starting, if you all approve for an extension, starting tomorrow, we'll have people in and out, taking all the junk out of the building, which is a lot, and clearing out the building. So at that point, there's going to be somebody from tomorrow onwards in the parking lot with a completely fenced out building.
All right, so, and the fence will be complete when?
It should be, they already finished the front part,
okay.
but surrounding area by tomorrow or by this week, it'll be finished.
Okay, thank you.
A big concern I've heard about the property is the infestation of animals and rodents. Can you do anything to mitigate that?
I've been multiple times with the architects and with the demolition crew multiple times inside the building. In fact, before I came here, I walked into the building. There's no animals as such, but there's a lot of, because it was a hotel, there's a lot of trash, there's a lot of furniture, fixture, and the kitchen items. So as soon as, from this week onwards, we'll be removing, having trucks come and just dumping all the trash out of the building. So once that is taken care of, then the fear of anything being inside the building is not there. And somebody of my representative will be stationed here, so they're not, so all that will be avoided because somebody will be on the building every day.
Would you
to
be
watch
willing
it.
to invest in some pest control?
100%, yes. We'll have to do that before we do anything new. So the whole building, once we throw everything, it'll be completely, we'll have a pest control company come and re-spray everything.
Questions?
Comment.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
yeah,
sir.
no, you go. Then I'll.
Well, obviously, our goal is to rectify the problem that's been presented, which is, we have a structure that's less than ideal and deemed dangerous, not habitable. And I think as a governing body, we would be remiss not to explore the option to decrease the amount of money we spent or have the taxpayers spend to demolish the building. If there's a viable option, a secondary path, that we could look into it and at least entertain it. But it's with a great deal of, and respectfully, I just have some skepticism pertaining to follow through. And you may not remember this, but that initial presentation I was there for, I was on the Planning Commission back in, I think, 2017. And you presented it in a manner where it wasn't in the format, it wasn't part of the agenda, it was part of the public comment, and to me it feels like there's just an element of maybe seat of the pants planning or just kind of last minute type of action. And again, I think it's in our better interest to explore what you have to offer, but it's going to, in my opinion, need to have some stipulations to it, respectfully.
I'm willing to listen to whatever you'll have to say.
Ask a somewhat related question. Have you performed a conversion similar to this before?
I'm a builder myself. I've built about 6-7 hotels in the last 6-7 years in Oklahoma City and Dallas. And the architect and design architect from the Dallas firm, they have drawn everything. At this point, I'm building right now a Town Place Suites by Marriott in Oklahoma City, Bricktown area. So I have the resources and I have the manpower to get it done.
Okay.
You may not be aware of this, but this property's been a discussion within the community of Salina for a lot of years. It's just continually to deteriorate, and we as a commission have heard that for numerous years now. And I'll be honest with you, you have a pattern. I mean, I look at the properties you had in Hayes and what you have in Hutch, and this is no different than those were. And so I am skeptical and very frustrated that we're sitting here today having this discussion. This discussion should have been had years ago if you really cared about this property and you cared about this community. But to follow what Commissioner Linkowitz said, I don't want this to fall on the taxpayer to have to tear it down. So I guess today it may be your lucky day that you're going to get a chance to do what you said you're going to do. And so I hope that you do what you say you're going to do, and we'll support you. But you're going to have to follow through and know that you're on a short leash. You know, we're not going to put up with a lot of well butts. So I guess if no one has anything else to say, I have a motion I guess I'll make.
I think we need to take public comment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Is there any public comment? Okay, we'll entertain a motion.
Okay, with that being said, Mayor Longbine, I move that we postpone consideration of resolution number 24-8244 by continuing the public hearing until October 28th, 2024, and directing staff to pursue a development agreement as to the redevelopment of 1616 West Crawford, providing that Andrea Investments, LLC, produces an acceptable loan commitment letter specific to the proposed redevelopment and delivered to the city manager's office by 5 o'clock Tuesday, October 15th.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Question. Just so that I'm clear, and so in case people in the audience are clear, in describing this as a development agreement, how is that different from what we would do if we were just having an ordinary citizen come back and meet with planning or zoning or whichever city agency to discuss, their plans for what they were going to do for their house over the next 2 weeks? Yeah.
There's a number of elements associated with what Mr. Joseph proposed or described to you that I think could be detailed in an agreement. And development agreement is kind of the common terminology that we use, but I think everything from proving the availability of finances to a guaranteed maximum price contract to performance bonds and completion guarantees, possibly deposits. There's a number of elements that are pretty typical for a development agreement that I think could be incorporated into an agreement to address both your skepticism and your sense of urgency, and to give you a higher level of confidence that we are in agreement and we are on a path with due diligence.
That's a great answer. Thank you.
Mayor, may I add a bit to that? Related to the executive session, I think given the motion, that it's appropriate for me to indicate that I didn't know exactly what Commissioner Hoppick's questions were going to be going into the executive session. So I have to evaluate whether or not I think it's an appropriate executive session discussion involving legal advice. And part of that was whether we could have this combination of the potential for a development agreement, but yet keep this matter in the context that I understood that you all wished to keep it in, and that is, just so there's no question, this public hearing is not going to be over. This public hearing is intentionally going to be left open until the meeting on October 28th, 2 weeks from this evening. And it could potentially be left open beyond that, if necessary. So the concept is that this resolution ordering that the city raise and remove the structure and pursue the cost of that against the owner, you, Mr. Joseph, that option fully remains in place for the governing body at that public hearing and later, if necessary. But the opportunity that the commissioners have described is to see if you can perform in accordance with a negotiated development agreement. So, yes, as have been described, this is your opportunity. But I don't want there to be any confusion as to the fact that this resolution, as was presented, is still up for consideration if the terms of that development agreement cannot be met or are not met, if that helps.
If I may, I was going to wait till after your action, but it kind of dovetails into what Mr. Bankston was saying. And I'm asking this for your confirmation, but the questions that you asked of Mr. Joseph about securing the site, cleaning up the site, controlling rodents, those are things that are going to need to happen regardless of which path we ultimately end up going down. And Mr. Bankston can correct me if I'm wrong, but evidence of that commitment and doing that in a timely manner as we extend the public hearing and as we negotiate the development agreement can be a consideration of yours as to whether you want to take that next step and enter into that agreement. So the point I'm making is if you as the governing body are in agreement between now and October 28th, you also can consider Mr. Joseph's activity or lack thereof between now and then as you consider whether you want to continue to negotiate a development agreement.
And I think the first step of that is the confirmation of your loan agreement with your bank.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution, to postpone resolution number 248244 to October 28th. And this public hearing will remain open until that time. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And if we may, just as confirmation of the action you just took, I ask either the clerk or Commissioner Hoppick to restate that motion.
You want me to repeat it again?
Please.
Okay. I move that we postpone consideration of resolution number 24-8244. You're writing this down as we go along, so I'll go a little slower. By continuing the public hearing until October 28th, 2024, and directing staff to pursue a development agreement as to the redevelopment of 1616 West Crawford, providing that Andrea Investments LLC produces an acceptable loan commitment letter specific to the proposed redevelopment delivered to the city manager's office by 5 o'clock Tuesday, October 15th. And I do have this scribbled out if you want that, so.
I'm satisfied that you sufficiently understood that, but just for the sake of the record, I wanted to restate that.
Can we get a copy of that to Mr. Joseph so he is very clear?
Certainly.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
We
gentlemen.
need to vote on that.
No, you voted. I just wanted to restate it in the record for clarity.
Read it in, okay.
Yes. That will bring us to item 4, the consent agenda, if the clerks are caught up yet. Okay. Item 4, we're ready for the consent agenda.
Item 4.1, approve the minutes of the meeting of September 23rd, 2024. Item 4.2, approve resolution number 24-8238, appointing members to citizen boards, commissions, and committees. Item 4.3, award the bid for Liberty Addition Number 3 improvements to Prairie Landworks Incorporated of McPherson, Kansas, in the amount not to exceed $1,437,980.20. Item 4.4, approve a license agreement with Emmanuel Foursquare Church for Cloud Street right-of-way. Item 4.5, approve resolution number 24-8249, permitting VFW volunteers to solicit in the city's rights-of-way.
Thank you. Is there any public comment or interested parties that have comment on the consent agenda items? Is there any item a commissioner would like to remove?
Yes, Mayor Longbein, I'd like to remove item 4.2, please.
I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item 4.2.
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the consent agenda absent item 4.2.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda and remove item 4.2. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 4.2.
Okay, yeah, and this is somewhat unusual, but this is the resolution where we appoint individuals to boards. And first of all, I want everyone to know I have no issue with this person. It's more on the Animal Control Advisory and Appeals Board. Rose Bass is on here to be appointed, and I'm going to look at city staff. I believe Rose at one point was the director of the animal shelter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I thought she was, and I just thinking of where the current, if I was the current director of the animal shelter, I think at least it's somewhat awkward to have someone that had been the director of the animal shelter before serving on that advisory board. I just think it might be kind of a standard practice that we wouldn't, appoint somebody that had been the director to an advisory board. And that's my own thoughts, and I wanted to bring that up for other commissioners to have any input. Nothing against Rose, but I just think that I don't know if that's how I would want my board to, advisory board to be made up, just because of the fact that she has been a prior director.
Discussion?
I kind of had the same thought process. I didn't make that selection and that was kind of the process I was going, being that she was the director, so having a previous boss, so to say, being on the advisory board kind of seemed different to me too.
I understand Commissioner Hoppe's concerns and comments, and I did make the selection of Ms. Bays, and I think having someone with her level of experience, regardless if she was the boss or not, is an asset to the board. I don't see Rose as being the type to inject and want to run the whole place, I guess.
Well, and I guess it's the analogous situation is if you're a basketball coach at North Carolina and this arena is named the Dean Smith Arena and he's got an office overlooking the court, the new coach feels a little intimidated walking in there trying to exercise his or her power. And we're not, I mean, the power, it's just one person's opinion, one vote on a commission, but we share the same concern. It's the awkward part of this is having to do this in open session, because we have to give a reason for someone perhaps not to be there and make it very clear that reason is not a reflection of that person's qualifications or experience. And you never know how other people on the committee will function if they would be intimidated by, the former director being on that committee. I guess this would be a good time to ask our city attorney what we do when there's disagreement with a decision. I know the rule says the mayor makes the appointment with the city commission's approval. Historically, that's not challenged often, but
certainly.
And if it's something we can discuss in public.
Certainly, Commissioner, and in fact, as you know, and as most might expect, there are protections as to staffs and your discussion of employees, given the privacy interests associated with the employment relationship. In terms of appointments to boards and commissions, the Attorney General has been abundantly clear that any of those discussions relating to those appointments and qualifications or anything that has to do with the ultimate appointment must be discussed in the open public session. So the fact that you all are approaching this obviously very appropriately is required by law. To your point about if the commission were to want to go a different direction, and I'll look to the city manager in terms of the logistics of how that might best be implemented, but you're correct. This matter of the resolution before you is a reflection of essentially the mayor's nominations, subject to confirmation by the Board of Commissioners. So I would think that an action to amend this resolution would be the appropriate step, but how that dovetails with how that might be administered, I'll defer to the city manager.
I was thinking the same thing. Is you as a governing body, I think you can make a motion to amend that frames the question. You can vote on whether you wish to make that amendment or not, and then you could vote on the resolution either amended or unamended as a result of that.
Well, I can say that when I make these picks and appointments, I take the commission's picks into consideration, and if I remember right, I can pull up, I have the papers, but this was 3-2 or 4-1, something like that. And this appointment is just less than a year. Expires 8/31/25. I think it's for an unfilled seat. So I don't see any harm. I know Rose's heart's in the right place.
Is there a way to put an asterisk with that appointment, so to speak? I mean, and I think more in the sense of where I'm going with this would be not so much this specific situation, but maybe as an order of future situations that may come up like this. Maybe there's a protocol that we'd have in place, because maybe in this situation we have some personalities where there's not going to be a problem, but potentially we could have another advisory board or commission and department head maybe that don't mesh and it creates problems. But
Well, we already have an analogous situation on the Law Enforcement Review Board, where you have a former captain or chief sitting on that commission, and it's to what extent is experience a good thing, or is it an intimidating thing? Rhetorical question today, but
and that's a good example. I don't want to see the Law Enforcement Review Board stacked with former law enforcement officers, but when we have someone with the experience and knowledge of the former sheriff and assistant chief, I think it's valuable.
It's a bit of a balancing act. Because I certainly see the facet of the experience that this party brings to the table. And
yeah, and I guess my other thought was, I don't know how many of the current employees worked under Rose when she was there too. So it just to me just seemed a little awkward. So I guess I can make a motion, and we'll see where it goes. Mayor Longbine, I move that we amend resolution number 24-8238. I guess, for lack of better words, removing Rose Base as an appointed member of the Animal Control Advisory and Appeals Board.
Second.
A motion is second to amend resolution number 24-8238, removing Rose Base from the Animal Control Advisory and Appeals Board. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Nay. Motion carries 4-1. Now we need to go back and approve the rest of the, no? We approve the resolution, the amendments. Yeah.
So we just approve the resolution as amended?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Mayor Longbine, I move that we approve resolution number 24-8238 as amended.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8238 as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nay. Motion carries 4-1. That will bring us to administration. I gotta shuffle things here, and item 5.1.
Item 5.1, approve resolution number 24-8245, accepting a commemorative sculpture of Brian Richardson into the city's public collection for placement at the Salina Fieldhouse.
Ms. Hammerschmidt.
Mayor, Commissioners, good to see you again. I'm Crystal Hammerschmidt, the Art Services Coordinator at Salina Arts and Humanities. I'm here to ask you for authorization to accept a bronze statue of Brian Richardson into our public art collection with placement at the Salina Fieldhouse. A little background, Chad Cohen, a Salina businessman, led the effort to raise money to fund the creation of this sculpture. Mr. Richardson has been a positive and active member of this community as a developer and kind of breathing new life into the city and the downtown, specifically with the field houses as one of those spaces. As other public art placement has been considered, CAD had an integral role with the placement of this, evaluating different locations in the downtown for viewing, for safety. We talked to Travis Sheely at the field house. Again, Jeff Hammond was a part of those conversations. The location that was finally decided upon was on that southwest corner, so the metal screens kind of line that. There's a couple benches that already exist that can be moved out of the way. It's kind of a little circle concrete spot. Part of that decision that was made for that to be an ideal location We don't have to do any concrete work, so really the installation is at a very low cost as the sculpture is being donated, approximately $200 for installation cost. Care and maintenance in the long term. I spoke earlier about our care and maintenance and evaluations. Like everything else in the public collection, we will use our CAD committee and staff at Arts and Humanities to do those evaluations. We have lots of other bronze sculptures within our collection. The care and maintenance is not a large concern. ADA accessibility and safety was of concern. The sculptures, there's a hand that points out and some things that he's holding, some plans. So that will be on a base, so it's going to be raised up about 30 inches. That'll be a black powder-coated base, which will also incorporate the names of the donors. So there's approximately 50 donors that help to fund this project. Please excuse this kind of a silly rendering of mine, but you can see we've got plenty of space as that sculpture will be placed on the back. The black base will have similar plaques as you see on the rest of the collection around the city, noting the donors who contributed to this project. And it will label the artist and the city where that was created. And then we'll go ahead and put a small identifier in the lobby, kind of in that breezeway, which we've already got a small plaque. It's like a little 8.5 by 11 acrylic, which will just tell a little bit more about the process, the artist, and how that came about. So we're not kind of over signing that sculpture out front. So I'm either asking you to accept this or make any further recommendations. Do you have any questions?
Just one, and I hope I'm not the only one asking this. What is that stick-like structure coming out from behind him?
That's his plans. It's like blueprints.
Okay.
It's called Stepping Up, and so that's actually carved into the base of the sculpture.
Okay.
I don't remember. I think there's some text maybe written into the plans noting Salina on those. So, and those were pretty low. So raising that off the ground so we don't have little ones running to the field house.
Swinging on it.
Yeah. So that's part of the safety of getting that up off the ground.
So how high will it be?
He's life size, so he's about 6 foot. Putting it on the base, those plans that are held down this way, I think that's going to raise it probably closer to 40 inches or so. So hopefully that clears little heads that might be running past. But we're also planning to push it to that back corner. So there's the donor plaques will be on 3 sides of that because you're not probably going to be walking in that grass behind it. Also, we discussed as far as maintenance, you have to get snow out of there, so we didn't want something that's going to get in the way of either taking care of the lawn or moving snow off the sidewalk.
So this will be an official part. This will be piece number 201.
Yep, this will officially be added to our public collection.
Any other questions? Thank you. Have any public comment? Seeing none, I will bring this back to the commission.
Mr. Mayor, I move that this governing body concur with the recommendations of the Arts and Humanities Commission and move to authorize the mayor to sign the sculpture gift agreement for accepting the commemorative statue of Brian Richardson into the city's public collection and its placement at the Salina Fieldhouse.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to concur with the recommendations of the Arts and Humanities Commission and move to authorize the mayor to sign the sculpture gift agreement for accepting the commemorative statue of Brian Richardson into the city's public collection and its placement at the Salina Fieldhouse. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
And Mr. Cohen. Mr. Richardson did the work. Mr. Cohen made the statue happen. So I was adding Mr. Cohen to the thank you.
If it wasn't for Mr. Richardson, there wouldn't be a sculpture.
That is true. Yeah. I'm not arguing with you.
For Mr.
I'm adding
Richardson's
on. Yeah.
vision, commitment to the community, and all he's moved forward. So, item 5.2.
Item 5.2, reconsider passage of ordinance 24-11221 on September 23rd, 2024. Approve amendments ordinance number 24-11221 and approve ordinance 24-11223, amending City of Salina Code to add a section pertaining to animal care requirements and prohibition of animal neglect.
Mr. Hennessy is going to take this one. My name's on this, but I'm going to hand this off to Mr. Hennessy.
Mr. Hennessy.
Commissioners, Sean Hennessy, Assistant City Manager. If you remember 2 weeks ago, you voted to approve, it's called the UPOC, it's the Universal Code of Ordinances in regards to potential infractions. The city prosecutor at that time, within the UPOC, there is a definition of animal cruelty which was adopted. The city prosecutor wanted to also include a standard for animal neglect, which would not have the same standards. And that was included with that. However, there's concern that that is too broad of a number of topics to be adopted in one setting in one ordinance. So what you have before you is a number of different steps, but it's pretty straightforward. What we're looking for is input from the City Commission for a motion to reconsider, and this can come from any of you because all 5 of you voted in favor of the adoption and you had to vote in favor for that. If you make this motion to reconsider, then you can continue to discuss the UPOC adoption, and then there would be consideration of the amended ordinance 24-11221, formally adopting it without, though, the neglect standard. And then the third step would be the formal vote as a separate ordinance for number 24-11223, adopting section 7-46 in regards to prohibition against animal neglect. So it's a number of different steps, but it's a way to ensure that we don't have too broad of a topics overall. I will also point out that if you do decide to adopt these in Section C, there is 2 very minor additional grammatical corrections. So when we get to C, we'll need to amend the ordinance again. So it's a long and convoluted step, but we're trying to get to the same place as what we did before and to have standards in our code which prohibit both animal neglect and animal abuse.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, or City Legal Counsel, but what we attempted to do previously was make an adoption in the Uniform Public Offense Code as well as within our Code of Ordinances, one pertaining to animal cruelty and one pertaining to animal neglect. And we're trying to clear that up both topically as well as procedurally at this point.
Yeah, one of the reasons why we oftentimes adopt the UPOC with amendments, in the past, the prohibition against animal neglect had been removed from the code. So this was, at the time of 2 weeks ago, actually reintroducing it as a brand new addition to the code because it had been removed. So that's why it's getting too broad in terms of the topics, and the city attorney, I'm sure, could elaborate more and much more lucidly than I can as to why that may be problematic. But that is what we have for you for your consideration, is to basically go through the process of adopting the UPOC, but to also include prohibitions against animal neglect as well as animal cruelty.
Questions for Mr. Hennessy? Any public comment? Okay, we're going to have to walk through this, A, B, and C.
All right. Okay. Mr. Mayor, I move to reconsider our prior approval of ordinance number 24-11211 passed on September 23rd.
Second.
Okay, I'll ask council, do we need a roll call to reconsider this or a standard vote?
The reconsideration vote would not require a roll call.
Okay.
As you progress to potentially enacting steps 2 and 3, it will be necessary to conduct a roll call.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve a motion to reconsider the September 23rd passage of ordinance number 24-11221. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. That will bring us to item B.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve adoption of ordinance number 24-11221 with an amendment to delete subsection G as it reintroduces previously repealed Salina Code 7-46.
Second.
Have a motion to amend the main motion to call for the adoption of ordinance number 24-11221 as amended by the deletion of the subsection G as it reintroduces previously repealed Salina Code 7.46. All in favor, or we need a roll call?
I'm sorry, I should have been more specific on, as you amend that motion, it is not necessary to have a roll call. It's just whenever you act on the ordinance itself.
Okay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. That will bring us to item C.
Actually, there is one more step, and that is consideration of the amended ordinance. That is the second sentence under B1, and that will require a roll call.
So I move to approve ordinance number 24-11221 as amended.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 24-11221 as amended. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivey?
Aye.
Commissioner Linkwitz?
Aye.
Mayor Longbein?
Aye. That motion carries 5-0. That will bring us to section C.
Commissioners, in front of you, if you look at ordinance number 24-11223, there are two minor edits, so I would ask for your consideration to amend this again. If you look, it says section 7-46, animal care requirements and prohibition of animal neglect. Then that's followed by the letter A. We're recommending that you strike that letter A. That is an extraneous letter which was left in there. Additionally, if you look into section 1, find the section that it says to accommodate the animal but not so large that it would not retain body heat adequately, semicolon, opportunity for exercise. There is currently a comma. We would ask that you amend that to a semicolon. That way you're not, the way that could be interpreted is those are two distinct items that would have to happen before there could be a finding of neglect, whereas if it's with a semicolon, each of those stand as an independent action. So again, those are two minor edits, but I wanted to go over those if you have any questions about them.
Where's the semicolon going again?
The semicolon goes after the words opportunity for exercise, and it removes the comma and replaces it with a semicolon.
Which paragraph's that under?
Excuse me?
Which paragraph's that under?
It's in paragraph 1, section 1.
It's the fifth sentence.
2/3 of the way through the paragraph. It says opportunity for exercise, and then it says veterinary care when needed to treat injury.
The fourth line down.
Okay. Semicolon.
Middle, yes, fourth line down, middle of the.
where was the A at? I don't see.
Directly under section 7-46.
Oh, you don't need that. Okay. I was looking for it right behind A. Okay.
So I'm guessing upon approval, we are going to delay signing this. That was corrected.
There has been a corrected final version prepared in anticipation of your acceptance of the amendments. We can go either way you wish to go, but as Mr. Hennessy pointed out, the A was a carryover from the repealed section because there was an A and a B. Well, we're only reenacting A, so that's why
So
A should be deleted.
I have the corrected version here. Okay. All right. Do we have any public comment? Entertain a motion.
Mayor, move approval of ordinance number 24-11223.
Commissioner, I believe you'll need to amend it first of all.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't do, all right, because couldn't add the amendments in, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, okay, I move to amend ordinance number 24-11223 by removing the letter A in the second line under section 7-46, and in paragraph 1, fourth line, changing the comma after exercise to a semicolon.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to amend ordinance number 24-11223, removing the letter A and the comma replaced with a semicolon. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Now, Mr. Mayor, move approval of ordinance 24-11223 with amendments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 24-11223 as amended. All in favor? No, we need a roll call.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivey?
Aye.
Commissioner Linkowitz?
Aye.
Mayor Longbine?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. That was a process.
That was an appropriate case study on parliamentary procedure, but you all...
If the public was confused, don't feel bad. I was confused when I read it the first time, too.
And you all...
Still am.
I hope the animals appreciate it.
Yeah. You all handled it very nicely. We appreciate that.
Item 5.3.
Item 5.3, authorize funding for public art for Fire Station Number 4 in an amount not to exceed $100,000.
Mr. Anderson and
Mayor
Ms.
and
Hammerschmidt.
Commissioners, I'm not Crystal Hammerschmidt, just to be clear, but she'll be joining me in just a second. I'm here to provide you, although we talked a little bit about public art in the study session, both for the record, for the community's benefit, and for part of this public discussion, and the length of time it's been since the last time we've been before you to consider funding for a public art project, for a major capital improvement project for the city, that we take a quick second and give you a little bit of background on how the program came to be and what its key points and purposes are and what makes it unique from other art projects similar to what you just adopted or accepted earlier into the public collection. In the year 2000, or just prior to that, a group of community members, citizens, and members of Salina Arts and Humanities gathered to decide how to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the Smoky Hill River Festival. One of the items that they did was reflect back on feedback that had come through previous cultural plans and community plans of identifying that while Salina had a robust arts offerings in the community, its outward appearance didn't look that way. And they decided, and this body adopted in, I believe, July of 2009, a community art and design or a public art program as part of the city. It took about 6 years to develop a policy of which we're currently responsible, and it's been updated as late as, I think, 2019 was the last update. That policy serves as a guide to both ensure that you understand what our role and responsibility is, that the community is actively engaged in this process, and certainly the stakeholders, which in this case it would be the fire department or that building, the city staff who would care for and maintain, the architects and the designers who are involved in the design of that everyone is on the same page, and that we have an open and transparent way that artists are secured for the creation of projects if funding is allotted. In terms of the importance of the program, or what distinguishes this and why I think it's an important part of our community and of the example that we set, is that unlike a private entity that can decide what they want to do within or on their space whenever they want, according to the regulations and the guidelines that the city or decency provides. Public art is a unique opportunity for the governing body, for the citizens of a community, for the stakeholders involved in those public facilities, and for generations of citizens after that to be able to appreciate the work and the time and the influence that went into creating a project. And so the guidelines are fairly rigorous. There's a lot of detail in there that we're not going to go through today. Crystal's going to hit some of the highlights in terms of the specifics of this program. But the areas in particular that I think both affect you and that we advocate for as Department of Arts and Humanities is to expand opportunities for residents and visitors to experience Salina's artistic, historic, and cultural aspects in its facilities, to enhance the functional design of the city's infrastructure, to foster public and private partnerships for artistic beautification and expression, to help increase community identity, pride, and vitality. This particular station is going to be at our easternmost border on our city limits and will be the first public facility that visitors coming in from the east are going to experience. So it, again, much like the front porch we talked about that public art serves, it has the opportunity to be a first impression for whether it's ball players that come in the summers, or for the firefighters and or the education that takes place at that facility and how that's used, and the citizens that are driving by or visiting folks across the street at Presbyterian Manor. It also provides a meaningful way to involve citizens in the design of their environment. Crystal's going to talk in just a minute about the intentional engagement along the way, but I want to assure you that our role isn't just to interrupt somebody's life and or the fire department budget with art, but to look for meaningful ways to engage art that makes both a practical sense and that reflects the integrity of the people who use that facility and the visitors who come and interact with it, and what the expectations of the public are. And I think you'll see that we have a strong advisory group that's been involved in the process up to this point, and that you'll have ample opportunity as it goes through a site committee and a community art and design advisory committee and the Arts Commission, and then ultimately back to you to be able to make an informed decision based on the feedback of many, many citizens. I think it's one of the most beautiful and democratic processes that we have, to be that open, that transparent, and that inclusive of a diverse group of the community, along with the key stakeholders who are most affected, namely firefighters and those who live or work in proximity to that building. So with that, there's been quite a bit of work that's been done up to this point. but we're at a point now that we're asking you for funding. And so Crystal's going to talk a little bit about specifically on that project, how the public has been involved, the architects, and why we're coming to you with the budget request that we have today. So, Crystal.
Thank you, Brad, for that history, Mayor, Commissioners. I would like to get you all up to speed on some of the activities that have taken place in order to get to this point we are today. As a staff member, I've been very diligent to participate in all the meetings initially from the start when we were interviewing the architects. After our team, WSKF, was chosen as the selected architect team, a site committee was developed. And that site committee, it does need to include members of that department. So we talk about the fire department staff. We had 3 representatives. That policy requires one of that department that will be most affected. Also, as far as city staff, also required Parks and Rec, Building Services, and the project designer is also part of that. I do want to make a correction. The committee roster you all have available to you. The project designer is a non-voting member of that site committee, so that was, they were marked incorrectly on there. Because we included more than one person from the department, the fire department, to be on that, we did expand the site committee. In order to do that, we wanted to make sure we had a fair balance of community members and city staff representing on that committee. So we have a couple at-large members. We have a community member from Presbyterian Manor, which would just be across the street, and then also from the municipal golf course representing. We also have a CAD liaison, so the order of recommendations does go from the site committee to our CAD committee, Arts Commission, and then to you guys for review. So at that point, we can take it back if there's questions. It can go back to those committees. The initial meeting with WSKF Architects was held to sort of look at what the options are, and there were a couple site committee members in attendance. And I want to make sure I get my timeline correct. So that first meeting was held in May of 2023, just kind of reviewing some of those options for the facility itself. In August of 2023, design options were presented by WSKF. So a major overview, I think we saw 3 different initial designs. There were site committee members in attendance of that. So we went through what WSKF presented to us, and then on the heels of that meeting, we went ahead and had our full convening of the site committee for visioning session. That included the fire department, all the site committee members, and city staff, departmental members who will be affected by this build and this integration. The goal of that meeting was to create a vision statement for the artists that this call goes out to, so they understand what the essence of this project is going to be, what the expectations are, creating some guidelines to help those artists understand what this community is about. That vision statement, we kind of drafted ideas in that meeting and then finalized that over a couple months of back and forth in emails and editing to get to that final version, which you have available in the draft of the request for proposals for the artwork. There were additional meetings that I attended as Arts and Humanities staff with the fire department as things started to develop, and with WSKF, to the point once we were able to identify areas of need within the station itself. When we first came to you guys as a commission, we had proposed, as the policy says, up to 5% of the budget, and that recommendation was to take it back and reconsider a lower amount. And we decided to look at available spaces. So when I say a space of need. It's something that's already going to be integrated into the building as opposed to a standalone art project, which can cost exponentially more money than something we're integrating into the space. So those spaces that were identified with the help of WSKF were a wall. It's a divider, as this station is going to sit essentially in the parking lot that connects to a sporting facility. And to make sure there is safety and keeping that parking lot for the fire station available for those services, trucks moving in and out, there would be a divider set there. That's already established as part of the budget at approximately $40,000 for the station. And that is something that the artist can design on top of, design to that wall, or in addition to. There is a identifier wall in the front of the station as we talk about this being a gateway. When people come to it, it's something they see. That's another available space. And then a screen wall for some AC units. So you can see over here, the biggest green area will be where that divider, it may be a wall if with what WSKF will design to will match the building materials. So it won't be something separate. Ideally, we're getting a design that blends well with the established design that we already have. And that wall there is really a priority because it's safety and it's really providing a need that exists there for the fire station. Where you see the number 4, that's the identifier wall. That's got a little more freedom for an artist to design to, conceptually think about what we have established in the vision statement, what's important to this community, what's important about the services provided for the fire department. And then finally, that smaller area up front, that's where all the AC units, and since that is a very visible spot, we are at the corner of Crawford and Markley. That prevents people from just seeing those AC units right in front of the building. Artists are able to design to all 3 spaces, but we ask them that they address those 3 if they are designing to all of them, to design them as independent budgets. So when the site committee reviews these proposals, we do have the opportunity to kind of choose what's most important, or if we need to peel something off. If the budget comes in higher, or we feel part of that design is most appropriate for this. That way we don't have to just take it as a package deal. All of these areas, that 4 will be already established, the screen wall, all of these are part of the design and budget that has been approved with WSKF. So the budget we are asking for approval today is in addition to what has already been decided for that facility, for those needs. The next steps for us with an approval of a budget is to send out the proposal that you guys have to artists, and we're going to do that as a direct call to artists. We'll have a small selection rather than going nationwide. That allows us to keep it fairly local and regional. That allows artists to visit the site, visit with the department staff, and also keep in timeline of the project as we're moving forward. All of those will be reviewed by the site committee and our voting members. And once they have a decision made, that again will go to CAD and Arts Commission and back to you guys. So we do have lots of layers before we make any final decisions as to choosing that artist or what pieces of that proposal we want to accept. So again, we are asking for a budget up to, but not to exceed, $100,000 as recommended. And that is in addition to the cost already established for the screening wall and the HVAC screening, which that is a total of $56,000. So $100,000 in addition to those already costs.
Mayor and Commissioners, if I could add just a little bit of additional context. I know you specifically had a question of me about kind of the fire department's role and their ability to address you on this topic, and I think Brad and Crystal have done a good job of walking you through what's taken place so far. So just addressing that question as directly as I know how. There is a provision in the personnel manual that addresses freedom of speech and expression. That's something that was looked at in considerable detail and adopted 6 to 10 years ago. It's been in place. It's not specific to art. It's not specific to a department. It's just kind of an overarching guidance about when it's appropriate for individual citizens to address you and not. And so in this particular case, there's been a lot of participation leading up to it. I understand there's a lot of ongoing interest on the part of the members of the fire department. And a couple of things that I would add to what Brad and Crystal shared with you is, in particular, on page 3 of the design guidelines, the call says that the artistic design and vision for Fire Station Number 4 must embody and reflect a deep sense of pride in community service, embracing the essence of the fire department's integral role within the city. It should encapsulate the following values: honor, crew, and personnel, selfless service, protection of families, and fostering community engagement. Additionally, the design should harmonize with the station's architecture, evoking a sense of place specific to the firehouse itself. And so I think there's some pretty specific guidance that's been written into the design document, trying to tie this back to a good sense of place that corresponds to the fire station. The other the conversation that Brad Anderson and I had was that we intentionally will allow some time between the site committee's initial consideration of the proposed art, so that the representatives of the fire department on the site committee have the opportunity to solicit feedback from the broader department and then bring that back to the site committee. So that creates an opportunity for the department to give input to their representatives on the site committee, and then that feedback to work its way up through the entire consideration process. But as much as it may be counterintuitive to some people about not being able to address you directly as part of this process, that is very clearly addressed in the personnel policy, and doing so would be a violation of the personnel policy. So we're trying to build a process and provide opportunity for input, as Brad and Ms. Hammership described.
And I want to correct, when I discussed how we put out the call, it's not a direct call, it's a limited call. So we're not putting it out nationwide. We're also not just choosing one artist, so we'll put it out to multiple ones in a.
And Crystal, one of the things I noticed on the request for proposals is here it has 200,000.
We didn't catch that.
And here it has 100.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be at 100, so okay. that was something that needed to be corrected.
Yeah, it says 100 down below, so I wanted to make sure we got that.
I was just sneaking that in there.
Well, I think we have a good process in place, and I guess my heart goes out to Bob Ott at Presbyterian Manor. He's going to get a lot of input.
It was really important to identify those closest in the neighborhood. It's public art integration. It's something that's connecting, and we've discussed as this being a gateway for people coming into the city. And also, we have so much activity over there at the sporting complex throughout the year that rather than that wall being a division of space, that can really create a connection between the activities there and the services provided at the station. So.
And again, I was one of them that had a major concern when we had 5% of the budget. I mean, now basically this is 1%, so I'm probably okay with that. And when I look at a couple, now that I see what we're trying to do, we're trying to create a division between the south runway area and stuff and this. We don't want to put up a 6-foot privacy fence and make it just kind of, so I see where we want to make it a little more attractive, and also around the heating and air conditioning unit. So it makes a little bit more sense. So this proposal is much more palatable to me than it was the $400,000 to $500,000 that we had earlier. So
I concur.
So, and The 40,000 and the 16,000 are going in regardless, correct?
So if there was no approval of funding for art integration, those have to be a part of the build. So those are already established as part of the facility.
So I would describe those as the material costs associated with the proposed construction, and then this would fund art on top of that.
But they could be, for lack of a better term, artsy.
So the artist has the opportunity with the existing wall and design from WSKF, the artist can design something in addition to that. So that may be the base of something which would help the budget go further and maybe be something more showy than if they were just spending the materials, because at $40,000, that's almost half of what we're requesting for art. So it does have, it's safety. I mean, we're thinking about vehicles not moving into that space. So I think the opportunity there is flexible. An artist could say, I don't need the wall there, and design the wall exclusively. So we've left that call open for them to kind of design as they feel they need to.
So Commissioners, what's in the plan now is just a small masonry wall that would match the architecture of the building, so a small brick wall in between that space is what's included in the current plan.
How soon is the whole station project going to be ready to
the original date, they actually released the bids a couple of weeks ago. They were anticipating to accept bids this Thursday, but there's been a couple of last-minute changes, so they've sent out an addendum this week to accept bids up until next week. So next Thursday is when we'll receive bids. I anticipate we'll have that back to the City Commission for approval of a contractor in the first meeting in November.
Thank you.
Those are adults, right?
Yes, yeah, we currently included the additional masonry walls or those sections as ad alternates, just so we know what the cost actually turns out to be.
So we could see ground broke after the first of the year?
I think we'll be able to do some, I think we're hopeful we'll be able to do some of the groundwork, some of the utilities in this year.
Any other questions for Ms. Hammersmith?
I guess the point I was getting at, I would stress maybe the budget, it's 10,000 up to 100,000. So I maybe stress, like, because the wall's already there, and I know that you could make it kind of decorative when you build the wall itself without spending $100,000 on it. So would be my concern if it's something that could be done as it's built. If that's, I'm probably not making much sense here.
Well, and like I said, that may be up to an artist or designer that they don't want the masonry wall as a part of the design. But we also have 3 locations as possible design integration. So there's a lot of unknowns when we're offering 3 specific locations as to what that wall may be a third of what that cost is. The artist may decide that identifier wall where the number 4 currently sets, that is like the greatest opportunity for integration, or to make the statement about what that station is and what this community is. So it won't be until we see that. And again, we're asking them to propose those as sort of separate projects within one proposal, so we can make a decision as to whether or not that's appropriate, or 1 or 2 or all 3 of them need to be peeled off. So we want to have those options and flexibility there.
So when you call out to artists, are you going to have multiple designs in? Would that be the committee then that chooses that design?
Yeah, the site committee that we have with all of the city departments, including the fire department and the community members, those proposals will be reviewed by that whole committee. As we're trying to choose local and regional artists, it allows us to bring them in rather than flying somebody in from somewhere else in the country. That keeps our costs really low and keeps those artists really accessible for us along the process. And I think it's really important. And that was something I was sort of reading between the lines in our conversations, that local was really important in this process to be creating something for our community. That also allows access and flexibility for fire station members to access those artists and designers. And we have our statement, but that's a baseline. I think there's going to be more questions. I think all artists are going to come up with things that aren't explained in our vision statement that they're very curious about in order to finalize their designs.
So will the final selection be made by the committee?
The site committee makes a recommendation, and that kind of travels up the ladder to you guys.
And that'll come back to us.
Yeah. And I would imagine there's, we can make all of that public and have more people attending that to look at those proposals if there's curiosity.
Yeah,
I think we've got lots of possibilities because we're not the designers, and there's, I think, many ways that the vision statement can be interpreted by the artists or designers.
Yeah. I saw in there somewhere you're paying a $500 stipend to have the artists come in. Is that per time, or is that just what they get if they have to come back several times? I mean, well, how's that?
That's just an initial, because we're on a timeline that we want to get things sort of expediently, proposals. So that's, it's more of a kind gesture to those artists to be able to get something to us quickly, but that's just a one-time thing to help them pay for the work and the design that they do. If we do get to, we bring a design to commission and the artist has gone through that whole process, we do need to understand that we may incur some design fees, because if we get here and they've done all of that work and we say this isn't right for us and we're just not going to move forward with this, we may have that cost of design, especially if we've asked the artist to go back and upgrade their, not upgrade, but change anything or give additions to their original proposals.
Any further questions? Is there any public comment? I see none. Bring this back for action.
Mr. Mayor, I move to authorize funding for public art for Fire Station Number 4 in an amount not to exceed $100,000. Of note, this is in addition to the projected cost of $40,000 for the south wall and $16,000 for the screening fence in the current project design.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to authorize funding for public art for Fire Station Number 4 in an amount not to exceed $100,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Item 5.4.
Item 5.4, review design concepts for Jerry Ivey Memorial Park improvements and authorize solicitation of bids.
Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. Jeff Hammond, Parks and Recreation Director. Also with me online is Jim Schusler with GBA, and also his co-worker Austin Vackel. On the study session on September 23rd, 2024, just recently, we had a preliminary design for Jerry Ivey Memorial Park to the City Commission, and City Commission asked for more information and drawings related to scale and elevation of the proposed improvements to the memorial, splash pad, and water wall or water feature at Jerry Ivey, and we have those for you today. The second part of today's action is to consider an authorization to solicit bids upon completion of the construction drawings based on these conceptual designs that you'll see today. Myself and Mr. Schusler and his team are going to walk us. I'm going to walk through the updated models and concepts of what they put together, what GBA put together. And if we can bring that up on the screen, thank you, Jacob. So the three main design components are the memorial,
the water wall and the splash pad. And you can see those indicated on the next slide, A, B, and C. And those are the areas of the park, Jerry Ivey Park, that we are focusing on for these improvements. As you can see, this picture is shot from the south looking north. You can see on the bottom left corner, the tennis courts construction from the USD 305. You can see the former pond, or the picture shows the current, the pond as of a few years ago, but that pond does not exist. So just giving context to the A, B, and C as to where these proposed improvements are occurring, and it's on that south edge of the park. And then just to note, items B and C are just south of the gazebo. That is right there. That's the existing gazebo where B and C would be proposed. And I'm going to walk through A, B, and C. We'll start with A, the memorial. As you can see, there's an image on the bottom left about the existing memorial, the rock and the plaque, which was shown in the concept drawing to be highlighted to remain more prominent at the entrance entrance into Jerry Ivey Park from Edward Street. They provided some elevation to that memorial, some steps leading up to that, and also a plinth or a pedestal that is that memorial rock would be on. And this is looking to the east from that entrance. The three flags would be behind that, and then landscaping. Next slide is also of a looking north to that memorial, and this really gives a great conceptual drawing of these areas, or of this area for the memorial, with the landscaping, with the modest steps and the modest pedestal or base that the memorial rock and plaque will be mounted onto, and then accessible pathways taking you to that memorial so it can be at least observed and interacted with. I believe this offers a really impressive entrance off of Edward Street into Jerry Ivey Park. The next slide, you'll see that a little more context, and looking on the south of that, or the bottom of that photo, is the entrance off of Jerry Ivey, or entrance into Jerry Ivey from Edward, and that's the first thing you'll see if you were to use that entrance into Jerry Ivey Memorial Park. Moving on, another aerial view of that entrance shown from the opposite angle. So in this picture, the entrance is on the north, and you'll see the full scope of the memorial there. Before moving on to the water wall, I wanted to make sure Jim Schusler had a chance to speak if I missed anything, or if there's anything he wanted to point out as well as from his conceptual designs or his team's conceptual designs.
No, again, this is Jim. I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this project. I think Jeff did a fine job describing it. We've taken a little bit of liberty in trying to make this a very welcoming entrance to the park, and really took notice of the visibility that you're looking more towards the east, that the park is beyond the flagpoles, and this is really kind of that front entrance to the park, giving it the access, but using the landscaping to frame it and give it border and backing. So excited about this. Hope you are too.
The next slide is the water wall, starting into the water wall and showing the water wall with the splash pad together on that south end. And there's a few more, another two slides ahead of this. There's some context of how this goes into the site, and then that'll really put it into perspective I think for you, because it did for me. And then moving on, the different concepts that you've already seen from the last presentation in September, the 8-foot water wall. These are example photos of what that 8-foot water wall or 8-foot section of flowing water would look like. The next photo is the photo from the gazebo looking south. And the orange line you see is the construction limits of the area in which this splash pad and water wall would be constructed into. As you'll notice, we are avoiding trees, avoiding the decision to remove trees or replace trees by this being our construction limit. Matter of fact, many of these trees on the south end of Jerry Ivey are memorial trees. They have a plaque associated with it, and we wish not to have to relocate that, contact the owner or contact the person who is memorialized by the tree and pick a location. We go through a process for that. We like to avoid that. Secondly, many of these are mature, old growth trees. And so we've assessed that in the field, looking at this construction limit, we would not need to remove or replace any trees. There is one tree that is in the section of the entrance by the memorial that is a pine tree that we would potentially have to remove. And that's the only tree that we've identified, staff has identified, that would have to be removed. And of course, just so I'm being forthright, there are some times we would need to trim trees, especially in the area of where water would be at. We want to avoid leaf drop into a body of water, whether it be a splash pad or the fountain, just for the sheer maintenance of keeping leaves out of the system. Moving on through some of the concepts from that water wall, or from the gazebo and going into the water wall. The approximate distance from the steps, the bottom of the steps of the gazebo to the start of the water wall and splash pad is approximately 52 feet, we estimated. Next slide is it shows quite a bit of a better elevation and scale relating to the water wall and that 8-foot flowing water in the middle of the wall. Using the embankment of the site. So if you recall the photo where I showed you from the gazebo looking south into that construction limits, there's a natural embankment there, and some of these elements would go into that embankment. Obviously, they provided the conceptual drawings with some human beings in there, or I guess the characters of a human being, or the concepts of humans in scope of in relation to the size of the water wall. And we showed these next couple of slides before in the previous presentation relating to some of the splash pad components, some of the floor features and some of the elevated features of a splash pad, the LED features of a splash pad, the geysers, the arch jets. And the next slide is that 2 or 3 inches of water flowing through as a river trough of water through the splash pad, showing that element of play in that feature. And if you recall, some of these photos were from the Wilder Bluff splash pad in Shawnee, Kansas. Moving on to the spray ground conceptual drawings. This next photo is looking west into the spray ground, and they've provided conceptual drawings with adequate, plenty of seating opportunity. The natural rock formations with the water components coming out. And the next slide is looking from the north. If you were walking from that gazebo area, you'll see the pump house on your left, which would not be gray. We can choose any color we wish. It's just for the conceptual drawing. They left it as a 3D structure, 3D model. I'm really impressed with the amount of seating for parents in this conceptual drawing. Before I get too far ahead, I want to make sure Jim would get another chance to talk about it. I went through the spray ground and the water wall, so Jim, is there anything I missed or you want to touch on or add to your design?
No, I just wanted to say, like, we heard you clearly that we know the water wall needed to be elevated. What we did is we put a pretty much a 20-inch seat all the way around the outside of that water, the shallow basin, which allowed us to raise the water elevation up that to about that 18-inch level, and then that allowed that additional 1.5 foot allowed us to get that wall taller by perspective without actually making it bigger. So it is now the water is being released above eye height, so that it appears that you're looking, it's coming down or falling down without adding any real cost to the project. Again, the interaction of play between the different amenities, the amount of seating, the excitement, and use of natural features, but also materiality is really starting to come together. Again, I hope you like the direction we're headed.
I have a question. What's the square footage of the splash pad here compared to the old one?
My recollection, Jim, is 3,100 square feet is what we've designed for a splash pad. The Jerry Ivey splash pad is 2,500 square feet. The splash pads at Centennial and Hawthorne are 2,100 square feet. 2,200? 2,100, 2,200. So it would be the biggest splash pad we have.
Good. Well, it kind of looked that way, but it's hard to tell without, so that's why.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Last slide, last conceptual slide, conceptual drawing. I wanted to kind of briefly give some information to the City Commission about gazebo, and I really wanted to see what kind of reservations we had for the gazebo. We've had 5 reservations for that gazebo this year. Some are, there's a variety. One is for someone hosted a memorial for a lost loved one on the gazebo. Might have been used for pictures for that. There was a wedding in April. There was a picnic and a concert in May. They probably used the shelter in conjunction with the gazebo for that event. There's a shower. I'm assuming it was a baby shower. It was just listed as shower. And that was September. That was in September. And then 2 weeks from now, we have someone who's getting married at that gazebo. But they're really actually truly doing the actual reception on the trail on the south edge of Jerry Ivey Park. They want to get married in the trail, which I thought was fascinating. But they would use the gazebo as part of their reception activities, maybe photos, things like that. So I think it kind of shows the nature of the informalness of those types of events that are being held at that gazebo. Last couple slides. One is the same cost, the cost estimate which we provided before. We did not change the cost estimate for the memorial. However, we did acknowledge and did remove the estimated cost of that black onyx granite that we showed last time. That was estimated to be at $25,000. There is a little bit of additional concrete that he did provide in this conceptual drawing. So he left the price there, but anything that would be saved, if you will, the balance remaining after that would go towards utility costs because we would need to bring 3-phase power. We desire to bring 3-phase power to that splash pad, which makes it quite a bit more efficient. You can select better motors and pumps, and electrically it helps out quite a bit.
I do want to note for the viewers at home, there is a typo in that dollar total. Yeah. There's some letters in place of numbers there, so.
Yeah, the G4G total, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, I believe that should be $949,200, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, $949,200.
That was $949?
Yes.
Thank you.
So is there a contingency figured into that?
The 10% contingency was figured into the $949,200. Wonder to know how that happened. My copy does not have that. Yeah,
And the 949 does not include the 100 and some thousand for architecture and engineering.
It does not include the 109,000 for the design and engineering. It also does not include some of the items on the next slide, which are some potentially alternates to provide area circulation, site circulation, which is additional concrete sidewalk, which you can see by the orange dotted line. And then some additional work to provide a set of steps on the north edge of the gazebo so it would have access to that north lawn that was the former pond. Those are some of the alternates that we provided estimates for, but is not including in that 949,200. And the last slide is a schedule summary, which is we did not update. However, we expect to, GBA is expecting to have construction documents available to us by the end of the month for review, and that's the next step. So I have a few items, a few options for you to consider today to authorize staff to solicit bids upon the completion of the construction documents based on the preliminary design that you saw today. Authorize the solicitation of bids with amendments as the City Commission deems appropriate. Authorize the solicitation of bids and postpone the authorization of the solicitation of bids to a specified date or time. And last option would be to vote to not authorize the solicitation of bids based on this preliminary design and conceptual drawings. Staff would recommend number one. Myself and GBA, Mr. Schuessler, are available for any questions that you might have.
Questions for Mr. Hammond and Mr. Schuessler?
I don't have any questions, but I'd like to thank you for taking our comments the last time and incorporating them into what I think is a very nice design.
Well, that was GBA. They did all the work, hard work. So they did a great job, and it really, to me, it really gave a lot of depth and to the elevation and to the scale, and really hit home for what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yesterday afternoon, I went over and walked that whole area, and concrete bags are still in place. Does this plan include removal of all those remnants?
Good point. The cost estimates of the alternates, that's $61,800. That includes that removal of the concrete bag structures and putting in new sidewalk. I know we put it as an alternate based on trying to achieve the memorial, the water feature, and the water wall. That $61,000 to me is an important component, and see if we can make it happen.
So that kind of answers my question. If we go with one, authorizing the bids, does that include the add alternates?
We were looking at as those three as add alternates.
But, so I think it does authorize design and solicitation of bids. Then we'll come back with the results of those alternates, and you can pick
add decide. Okay, that's what I'm okay.
Right.
And there's remnants of the old little stream.
That is a staff. It's going to be a in-house, self-performed staff project to restore that area. It's not a part of our scope of work with GBA, but we're going to remove that rock, save that rock, and we haven't really. That's my thinking. We haven't made a plan yet, but that'll be a staff function to.
There's also a very nice memorial bench for former Sheriff Glenn Koganowski that I think will probably have to be moved.
That is in the tree line, that bench, and that is beyond the construction limits
Okay.
We did walk the site as well, and there's a nice new splash pad, or nice, not splash pad, nice new pad of concrete with his bench on it. I believe that is beyond the construction limits.
When was that placed? It looks new.
Oh, it's less than 2 years old, I believe.
Okay. I just thought it'd be appropriate for it to be placed near the law enforcement memorial. And
that site was selected by Kokonowski himself.
Yeah. So I think including them in the discussion. Also, the gazebo, this add alternate of reconfiguring it, I think is a good idea.
Well,
to
the add
utilize
alternate, go ahead.
what it was, the pond, and make that kind of a premier space.
Yeah, it's that $7,000 is simply for adding a set of steps. So it'd be on the north side, a concrete pad, set of steps, a railing, and that's what that would be for, to make it accessible from the north, not just the south.
Right.
It would be accessible from both sides.
Any further questions or comments?
I'll just make a comment. I like the update on the memorial facing the opposite way. I like that a lot better. And I think the splash pad could be, the premier splash pad in our biggest park in the south end of town. I think that'll be a nice gathering spot and focal spot.
I agree.
Is the water wall intended to be interactive, or can you get in it? Or
it would be safe to do so. It's not intended to get into. We still have a review. Let me back up a minute. The amount of water that's going to be held in there is relatively minimal.
Okay.
The preliminary review from our loss control people with our insurance company didn't have any issues with what they saw in the designs, and they saw the same thing you did. They were worried about the water depth, and we're keeping it 4 inches or less in all areas. And there might be some mitigation, maybe some signage that we have to do, but that review is not complete at this time.
And I agree with Mayor Longbine about moving the stairs on the backside of that, because then that would give you the opportunity to have a place for seating or something for a wedding or some kind of activity.
So if I'm hearing you both correctly, stairs on the front, on the north and the south?
Yeah, I don't even,
or just not having on the south at all?
That I don't know.
I think preference would be redirect it to the north and utilize that.
Yeah.
If memory serves, there's a sizable ADA ramp. I'm sorry, I thought I turned it on. I must have turned it off. If my memory serves me correctly, there, in addition to those stairs facing south, there's a sizable ADA ramp.
There is.
So we may be better served to add the stairs and just leave the existing construction in place as well.
Yeah, Jerry, you asked about if that area underneath the waterfall is interactive, and I guess my comment would be if my grandkids are over there, it will be interactive, I'm afraid. So, I mean, I think we ought to design it knowing that you're not going to be able to keep kids out of there. It appears to me that it's going to be somewhat interactive whether you want it to or not.
It's definitely designed to be safe, whether you're looking at it from a water quality aspect or depth of water aspect.
I mean, I think it'd be hard to keep kids out of it. So, I have to eat a little crow. I was the one that was kind of against all this, thinking that it was going to take longer to add the water feature and stuff, and wasn't sure we needed it. But I've got to admit I am somewhat impressed with this, and I think it will add to the park. And where you've put it with the little bit of terrain there is there, I do think it adds to the look. So I guess I'll look at my other commissioners and yeah, I was wrong maybe. So
you simply stimulated good conversation.
So yeah, I think, and the fact that the splash pad's going to be larger than the other one was, and the fact that it has the stream running through there, I think they've done a nice job of designing that. So I think it will be a plus.
And I counted parking spaces. There's more parking over there than.
Yeah. And I know you had the concern about the distance between it and the playground, but I do think that does lend to to distinguishing that from the part and the fact that you have them running back and forth. I do like it up there by itself. So,
as a parent, you can either plan to get wet or you can plan to stay dry versus trying to keep your kids out of the water.
Yeah.
So we still have the budget to pay for it?
Yes, as part of my the staff report, we have the existing $650,000 allotted for the project this year. That $109,000 from the design and engineering is coming from that amount. And then we have a healthy fund balance in parks improvement or park maintenance fund to pay for the remainder.
And the dollars that Mr. Hammond's referring to were all budgeted before the spray ground broke down and needed a replacement.
Yes,
so.
That's correct.
Well, like I said, we need the playground, the splash pad, however you want to call it, because that's highly, I was disappointed that it was shut down the full year, this last year, because it's free to the public, and it's used a lot. So it's a major asset to the community. So I'm glad to see that we're going to get it opened up by next summer.
Anything else? Thank you. Any public comment? We'll bring it back for action.
Mayor, I move that we authorize a solicitation of bids upon the completion of the construction documents based on the preliminary design and conceptual drawings.
Second.
A motion and a second to authorize a solicitation of bids upon the completion of the construction documents based on the preliminary design and conceptual drawings. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Item 5.5.
Item 5.5, authorize funding for the Salina Liberty indoor football team in the amount of $35,000.
Mr. Robinson.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I thought my football days were over with, but over the last couple months I got drafted into this exciting project that we're going to talk about tonight. The early agenda kind of plays into some of my thoughts relating to this project. We talked about the arts. We've talked about parks and recreation. Another key thing that people look at when they think about relocating to a company or relocating as individuals to a community is all those items. And another thing they talk about, and Salina does very well, and I compliment the Parks Department, is our sports programs. But what we're talking about tonight is another aspect of another sports program, and that's a professional indoor football league that's been playing here in Salina for the past 9 years. So when the city manager and I talked about this project the first time, we started thinking about what's the impact of this team? What does it do for the community? Unlike our industrial recruitment projects that we deal with, where there's hard assets, there's a building, there's equipment that's going to be purchased, there's land that has to be bought, there's infrastructure that has to be put in place. This is different, but it's of equal importance. And our board looked at this a couple weeks ago now. The board reviewed with the assistance of representatives from the ownership group what was going on with the team. And you're going to hear more of that in depth. You're going to see a few PowerPoint slides. We're not going to put you to sleep with those, but we sure could, because there's been a lot of great pictures taken over the years of activities, and you'll see some of those tonight. But what we wanted to talk about really was, and Dan Mendocino is going to get up and introduce his team that's with him tonight, and talk about what they're doing, what the future looks like, and why they're here tonight making this request for some assistance from the City Council. We've looked at it. There's been other instances of commitment from the city on other projects that are different, but maybe have some similar comparisons to this project. So, Dan, if you'd want to come up and you'll get started. Kick us off.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Longbine, City Commission. My name's Dan Mendocina. I want to just tell you a quick story on how I got to this podium here this evening. Turn the clock back to 2012. I was the chairman of the chamber at that time and was part of the committee working with the city to bring the Salina Bombers to Salina. As was previously mentioned, we thought that was an important piece of the puzzle to have a professional team here in Salina, Kansas. So they had 2 successful seasons, and unfortunately, in the middle of the night on May 28th, 2015, they loaded the trucks and vacated the Bicentennial Center at that time, taking all the equipment and folding in the middle of the season. The next morning, Friday, May 29th, on my way to the Phillips Lighting Facility, I was responsible for that facility as well as 8 other facilities in the United States and Mexico. It was Dennis Laver, who was president of the chamber at that time, and also Jason Gage, city manager at that time, and wanted to know if I would be interested in resurrecting the Salina Bombers. My first call was a classmate, a friend of mine all the way back to high school, was Tom Perez, who owns and operates Precision Electric. And we pulled his son in, Josh Perez, and my wife, and we reviewed the books, and basically, long story short, it didn't make sense to continue with the Salina Bombers. There was a lot of bad business deals. Financially, it didn't make sense. But what we did agree to do the next day is we decided to start our own franchise, which was the birth of Salina Liberty. Since then, we've added 3 other owners, Roy Lawrence, Jimmy Sponder, who owns and operates One Vision Aviation, Dan Keyboards, who owns and operates Ryan Roofing. We're all local businessmen and women. We all live here in the city, and I think that was the difference versus the comparison to the Salina Bombers. One of the things that we really focused on in starting the Salina Liberty was really to build the franchise from the bottom up. We brought Francis Flax in as our general manager. He's well known not only in the city of Salina, but he's one of the winningest coaches in National Junior Basketball. Also part of the Nike Tour, where he's a guest speaker, and he's well known to mentor these young men. So we actually developed our values and what we wanted to accomplish. In our last 6 years, we've competed for 4 national championships. We actually won the national championship in 2022 in Champions Indoor Football. We're one of the smallest markets. We were invited to join the relaunch of the AFL, the Arena Football League, last year. And although we can say we were successful, it was a complete disaster as far as the league goes. 18 teams started. We actually made it to the Final Four, competing against very large markets like Orlando, Florida, Albany, New York, Nashville, Tennessee, Eugene, Oregon. We got beat in the Final Four, but I think we represented ourselves quite well. The only problem is we were shorted about $250,000 from the commissioner of the Arena Football League, which we're handling, via the normal legal process. But in that, it was a really big setback for us financially in 2024. Since then, we have agreed and joined what they call AF1, which is Arena Football 1. Jeff Fisher, who was a successful coach in the NFL, is our commissioner. We have they've rebuilt the front office to where, and now the ownership is actual part ownership of the teams with this new league that we will be part of in 2025. So as we look forward, we've committed to 2025. Our head coach is one of the winningest coaches in indoor football, Ron O'Neill. He's in the Hall of Fame for the IFL of indoor football and also played professionally in the National Football League. He has taken 64 young men to the next level, which is Canadian Football League, National Football League. On our team last year, we had 4 players that have actually competed in the National Football League. So we're really proud of the franchise that we've built. And one of the things that they sign when they sign a contract is that they're going to be a championship level, not only on the field, but off the field. We tell them, you come to Salina, Kansas. There's not a 3-strike program here. There's a 1-strike program. We're a small community, relationship community, and you're going to be out in the community. You're going to participate in the community on and off the field. So that's a few of the slides that we wanted to showcase tonight, just to show these young men. If you go to the next slide, here is, you can kind of see when we if you've been to an indoor football game before, it's a 50-yard field. You're as close to the game as if you're not playing the game or coaching yourself, with 4-foot walls all around the arena. And when we introduce the players, we allow all of the kids to get on the field, and there's a long line of youth that line up because they really look up to these young men. And so this is just showing the pregame activities here. On the next slide, you'll see that one of the things that what they have around the wall, we have more than 225 business sponsors here in Salina, Kansas, and they see this as an important part of ways that they can give back to their employees, and also from an entertainment perspective. The demographics we serve, if you've been to an indoor game before, on the timeouts, the kids get on the field and they participate in races and activities and games. So we cater to that demographic, but also older men that want to come watch football and have a few cold beverages. And so the demographic is really a wide array when you look at indoor football. Here just shows how close the sponsors are and how the fans are to the game. That's after a touchdown. The next slide, I believe that's where we do a lot of work, to where we really try to work with these young men. They come from some really tough places in the United States. This is sometimes the first time they felt safe. We have them interact with our police department. And so here's last year when we did one of our themes was, for our police department and first responders, and they went to the station and spent some time there, as well as the next slide, I believe, is the fire department, where they visited several fire departments and really interacted with, made these young men really kind of interact and really learn more about the different cultures. And so we get a lot of positive dialogues that we have with some of these that have a different view before they come to Salina and be part of the community. Next slide. You just see we also, they volunteer at the food bank, and they help prepare food. We also want them to show that, that it's important also to give back to the community that you work in. And I think the next slide, AMBUCS. We have an AMBUCS night to where we actually help contribute to the cost of a bike. This young man was provided his bike at halftime. And so another way to give back to the community. And I think the next slide, this is at the Fieldhouse. So they actually go, it's kind of like a play day to where the players go and help and assist with the activities for the play day at the Fieldhouse. And I think the last slide, this is probably one of the most important themes and events we do each year. This is what we call Military Appreciation Night. So all of the veterans get in free, and we do what they call a veteran walk at halftime. And all the veterans get on the field, we play music, and they literally walk around the inside of the arena, and it's one of the most moving games that we feel proud that we're part of. And so this is something that we've done every year, and it's a way to, we're red, white, and blue. Salina Liberty is known as a blue-collar franchise in indoor football. You have all these high-profile teams in Orlando and Minneapolis and New York. That's not what we are, as you know. The community we're in is blue-collar, hard work, and we find a way to win. So that's why we're here tonight. We think it's an important piece of Salina, and we had a tough year last year, but we're trying to pull our bootstraps up, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. As part of our review, when we, of course, do these economic development projects, we do use our connections at Wichita State for them to come back and do economic development impact model. We did the same thing on this project, but obviously the impact's different than when we're doing a traditional manufacturing. But when you look at it, the impact of a donation of $35,000, that was the board's recommendation to the commission. We came back with a number. Remember, our target's 1, and we came back with a 1.57. Now, this is a little bit different, that the payback it's longer. It does take 6 years to get that first the payback from the funds, and there's some other issues related to that. But we, again, the board felt like it was a positive thing. We felt like it was worthwhile to bring forward to the commission. This is an important part of the overall quality of life portrayal message that we send out about Salina, that we do have indoor football, and it's another venue opportunity for tourism dollars being brought into the community. So if y'all have questions, I know Dan and his two fellow partners would be more than happy to answer questions, as well as I would. Mike and the city staff has been involved in numerous meetings with the owners group, and I think they're very well up to speed on what's going on, and you know what our request is.
Just one question. If a game were to be televised, I won't necessarily say nationally, but regionally, how much opportunity or input do you have as far as getting commercial time on this broadcast?
It's a really good question. That's part of the revenue that was promised to us last year. You know, CBS Sports actually aired our playoff game here in Salina, Kansas last year. We were on CBS Sports, and we were supposed to be provided some of that revenue from the commercials, and that never happened. That's part of that 225 that I say is a shortfall. But it is an opportunity because the new league, there's going to be two nationally media broadcasts or companies that are going to broadcast most of our games next year. And so it gives our sponsors a platform to not only be locally advertised and marketed, but also nationally in 2025 and beyond.
Generally, I'm just curious, if a local company wanted to put a commercial on a broadcast, just curious, how much would that cost?
So the agreement for per game was going to be roughly about $2,500. If they wanted a nationally televised opportunity, that was the first. We're working on the sponsorship packages for 2025 right now, but it was a great opportunity for a local business to be able to get their commercial on a national televised. And again, that never took place, and that's part of the shortfall last year. But they're building the platform for the sponsorships for 2025, and there will be two prominent national productions, media companies that are going to actually be part of the league next year. So. And there'll be more information on that when they announce that. But it was CBS Sports. We actually were on twice last year. We had CBS Sports for our first playoff game here in Salina, Kansas, and our semifinal game in Albany, New York, we were on CBS Sports as well. So for a little town like Salina, Kansas, we were pretty proud of that. Yeah.
All right.
I have a friend down in Texas who grew up in Salina, and he calls me that night. He's like, "Hey, I'm watching the Bice Center on the TV right now." So.
Yeah, it was. We had a lot of sponsors call and say, "Hey, look, next year we want to understand what the opportunities are," because not everybody in Salina really cares about being nationally televised from an advertising perspective, but there are a lot of businesses here in Salina, Kansas that would benefit from that. So that's partly what we're trying to work in our sponsorship packages for 2025.
Well, and it's in your name, the Salina Liberty. That also gets recognition for the town.
Yeah, absolutely. Well. Yeah. We've had more. There are 18 teams started that AFL relaunch last year. 8 of them finished, and we were one of the 8, and we're a small market team. So we gained a lot of recognition, and our reputation increased dramatically by surviving that fiasco last year. So it's one of those where we had an opportunity to stick it out. Many of the teams, the contracts they signed with the players, they reduced their pay. We met every one of our contractual obligations we had with our players, with our sponsors, and we've had to fund that, of course, through the ownership group, but we never changed any contract or reduced any amount that we committed to going into last season. And that actually has gone a long way with signing new players for 2025, because that word gets around very quickly.
What level of confidence do you have that the next season won't be another fiasco?
Great question, because we went actually through 2 iterations of ownership in the AFL last year. It was a separate group that bought the rights to the arena, the original Arena Football League back in the 80s when they were on, nationally TV at that time. And then when that collapsed, the G6 Sports, which was the original business ownership of the Arena Football League, stepped in, someone from that business, and that fell through. So it wasn't until Jeff Fisher got involved as our interim commissioner, who's now our full-time commissioner, and we put our own front office together now, and now the ownership of the league is partially owned by the teams that are participating in the league. So we're not dependent anymore on someone having the funding or making all the decisions for us. So I feel very comfortable now that we're where we need to be and that we're going to be successful in 2025.
How many home games will you have?
Pardon me?
How many home games?
So next year we're going to have 6.
And that does not include playoffs?
That does not include the playoffs. And we've averaged 7 games the last 6 years in the Tony's Pizza Event Center. And so that's also, that partnership's important, I think, for Bicentennial Center, now TPAC. But we're guaranteed 6 home games without playoffs. And the playoff format this year will be at the site with the highest record. Now, last year the championship was played in the Mall of America, American Dream, which is the same version of Mall of America up in the Meadowlands of New Jersey. And of course, no fans from either team were there, and it really wasn't the right venue. But that was also a decision made prior.
How many teams are signed in?
So right now it looks like there's going to be 16 teams in the league. There'll be 4 divisions, and we'll be in the Central Division. There'll be 4 teams in the Central Division.
Well, I tell you, I read the information as far as the return on investment. I'm actually, to be honest with you, more comfortable doing this just as a straightforward sponsorship. And we should be one of those businesses, the city, making a national advertisement when we're looking for talent for the city of Salina. I'm comfortable with either way, but it just seems to me make more sense. It's 1-year sponsorship. I'm guessing it made some of the tickets available to employees last year.
And they were popular with our employees. Yeah, and I think the staff report touched on it, but I viewed it as a sponsorship last year and purchased it under the city manager's purchasing authority. But given kind of the nature of how the league played out, given how the Liberty approached me more from a economic development standpoint, we have to decide if we're staying in Salina or going somewhere else. It felt like an economic development decision, and frankly, not everybody agreed with my decision to purchase the sponsorship the last time, and it felt like maybe it belonged at your level rather than mine.
What question? We have some like a contingency fund or something that I think that
correct.
We have the ability. What do we? And again, I know this is for 2025, but is there funds available now? And I guess I'm going to look at and when do you need those dollars paid out to you? Do you need them this year? Do you need them in 2025?
We need them this year or in 2025. We're at a point now we've had to stop digging the hole from the disaster of 2024, right? I mean, to truly understand the finances, we're short $225,000 from the obligations from the league, but we worked so hard with our sponsorships and our revenue raising that our shortfall was $144,000, which we've picked up as the ownership group.
Question for staff. Where does the dollars come from? Because I know we support other things like Skyfire, Municipal Band, Art Center, Community. Are those out of the contingency fund, or where do those dollars come from?
No, a lot of those are outside agency budget allocations that run through your normal process. I mean, you may recall Skyfire came before you, Municipal Band is presented before you before. So there's a handful of requests and funding decisions that you make as part of the budget. This is never, their requests have never synced up with that budget timing. So in answer to your other question, there is $100,000 budgeted for just council contingency. And so some of those funds have been used for ongoing projects, but there are sufficient funds this year, although the sponsorship that I purchased was funded out of this year's budget. So you'd be doubling up in 2024. There's sufficient funds in either 2024 or 2025.
Because I'm kind of like Commissioner Davis. I've struggled with this falling under the umbrella of economic development. It just didn't feel right to me. But, and again, I continue to hear, it's a quality of life, and again, when we look to bring workers into the community, I always say you don't know what that is that makes somebody want to be here. Is it the art center? Is it the community theater? Is it our new turf baseball fields at Bill Burke? There's a group of hardcore Liberty followers, and so there's people that want that. I happen to be one of those 225 business sponsors.
And we appreciate that much.
Yeah. And so I do believe it adds something to the community, but I have a hard time, and I think it maybe sends the wrong message falling under the economic development, the EDO. I just don't think it's trying to like put a square in a round hole to me, and I was struggling. So I did talk to the city manager about the contingency fund and stuff like that, and I'm kind of more like where Commissioner Davis has come from. If we want to make a donate, or if we want it to, to make a support this, I'm okay with that. But let's just call it what it is.
It is.
I'm comfortable with that.
I guess my question would be, how many sponsors did you say you had? 200?
We have 225 in 2024, and 200 of those are Salina business sponsors. We actually are starting to reach out to Hayes, Russell. We even have some sponsors in the Manhattan and Junction City and Wichita area too.
So I guess my question would be, what is the average sponsorship contribution?
Well, we have really two kind of sets of sponsorships. We have the small business sponsorship, which is mostly just tickets and recognition on our website, which range from about $500 to about $900 for the 6-game season. And then we have the corporate sponsorships that are red, white, and blue levels that are $1,900 all the way up to $6,000. Those tables along the walls, the presidential area, they get 4 seats and unlimited food and drink, and a lot of them, businesses use that to bring prospective customers, to come to a game in Salina, Kansas. So it ranges anywhere from $1,900 to $6,000 for sponsorship. And we even have field sponsorship now, especially with the nationally televised games, to be on the field. They actually sew the logos on the field. They're not painted; those are sewed into the turf, and they're about 4 foot by 8 foot. And those are $7,500 for 2 years, or $5,000 for 1 year, just to get the name on the field.
Well, I think I agree with Commissioner Hoppeck. This really doesn't fall under economic development, and I think I would be okay with the sponsorship plus. I think the $35,000 is a little excessive to just come straight out of the city budget.
Well, if we take the lead, then we may get other entities in town to follow our suit. And again, it's like a library. You don't expect to make money off a library, but it adds something to the quality of life in your city. I mean, it's. If you want to call it extra in life, yeah, but what's life without dessert? And
if we're giving tickets out to employees, and there's some benefit there too. If we haven't, it'd be nice to maybe track and know how many tickets we give out. And, I think that's kind of a. I'm guessing if we went that direction instead of the EDO, you'd give the city some tickets again.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Didn't want to speak for you, but I thought so. So look at staff. If we were to look at doing a sponsorship or however you want to, supporting the Salina Liberty and not going through the EDO, do we need to bring that back? Do you need to bring a blue sheet back to us at a later date, or can we deal with that tonight?
Yeah, I think you could deal with that tonight as an amendment. If you, and not to hurt their cash flow, but to help our budgeting and cash flow, I guess my suggestion would be that you approve $35,000 to be allocated out of the 2025 City Commission contingency. And
that's a calendar year contingency?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We can have it ready January 2nd. We won't be open January 1st, but we can have it ready January 2nd.
Like I say, when Commissioner Hoppeck asked the question, we needed it 2024 or 2025. It all adds, right?
We're good for it.
Yeah. I know you're good.
Today, anyway.
Does the season start in the spring?
Yeah, it's the spring season, so it starts in March. So camp opens up first week of March, and it's about, I think this season is going to start the third week of March, and we'll go all the way through July. So it's kind of I love football, and so it keeps me in football all year round as a hobby, and then I have to work full time so I can fund this hobby. So, but it's March through July, which is when the season runs for the spring game.
Yeah, Monday Night Football just kicked off a little bit.
That's
ago,
right.
didn't it?
That's right. We're missing it right now.
Yeah. What is our EDO balance? Has anyone got an idea?
I don't know that answer
We
off the
haven't
top
talked
of my
about
head.
it for a while. Finance director doesn't know. I was just curious.
I'd say you're good.
Yeah, I know it's more than 35,000.
We trust you.
Sorry. I don't know exactly, but I think it's around 400,000 because we did add 750,000 to that fund a couple of years ago. So I'm thinking it's in the $400,000 range, but don't quote me on that number. And to follow up with Mike's question and answer earlier about where we support some of those others, those all come out of the general fund except for the specific economic development fund things that we do with SDI and SCEDO. The rest of them do come out of the general fund,
And the
budget.
trouble is, we've already approved our 2025 budget.
Yes.
So we'd have to use the contingency fund right
Correct.
now, I guess, so. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, questions or comments?
Public. Public comment? Have you
Public,
taken?
any public comment? You have anything to add, Mr. Perez?
I think we're good. I just want to thank everybody for listening and helping us out, because I tell you what, it's a tough road. And I think it does a lot of good for the whole entire Salina community. So we're hoping for the best here.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, it does look like we have one online. Dean Clinda, if you want to go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, perfect, cool. I love the Liberty, support the Liberty, but I think that $35,000 is a lot of money to give when that's a lot of street repair. That's a lot of money for something that, I mean, just a few weeks ago we were trying to get Candace Westland to pay a bunch more money for baseball fields, and they have 30, 40, 50 games a year on those fields versus the 7 or 8 we may get with Liberty. I find it hard to spend that money. So that's the only thing I have to say. I do love the Liberty and wish them luck.
Anyone else? Bring this back for action.
I'm, with Mr. Mayor, move to approve a $35,000 sponsorship for the Salina Liberty to come out of the 2025, I'm going to need the exact name of that fund, out of the council contingency fund.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve $35,000 as recommended out of the 2025 contingency fund. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Motion carries 4-1. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, the Airport Authority.
Can we take a break?
Can we take a break?
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
We will take a 6-minute break and return here at 7:30.
not coming in early. I'm like,
Okay, we are back in regular session after a short break. And we are ready for developmental business. Item 6.1.
Item 6.1, approve ordinance number 24-11218, annexing a section of Waterwell Road between West Dry Creek and Centennial Road into the city limits.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This first item is only peripherally related to the Airport Authority's project, but when they submitted their applications to annex, zone, and plat the 80 acres at the southwest corner of Waterwell Road and Centennial Road, that property was in Salina County at the time, and so as part of our review process, we sent those applications to Salina County staff for review and comment, and had a meeting going over those plans. And the county engineer came to one of those meetings and pointed out that with the annexation of Waterwell Road west of Centennial Road along the frontage of the Airport Authority site, and with the annexation of Windy Creek over near I-135, that created a gap between those two annexation areas. So you see on the screen what's already occurred in 2024, and everything on the right is inside the city limits, and this is inside the city limits. This is owned by the Douglas F. Bradley Trust, but there's this section of roadway here that wasn't included in those annexations, and so the county engineer pointed out that you would have a maintenance gap where you'd have city maintenance, then county maintenance, then city maintenance again, and they felt that could lead to confusion about road maintenance and law enforcement responsibilities. And so attached to your packet is a written request from the Salina County Administrator requesting that the city consider annexing and taking over that gap. And so our response back was that the Douglas F. Bradley Trust owns that property on both sides of Waterwell Road, and because there's no right-of-way, they own to the center of that roadway, so that would require contacting them and obtaining their consent. And so at the request of Salina County, we initiated discussions with representatives of the trust. They indicated they were agreeable to annexation as long as it was limited to just the portion covered by the roadway easement. So the map that we just had up there, that is the extent of the roadway easement. That includes the road and roadside ditches, and the proposal is to annex that strip, and the result would be that the city would take on full maintenance responsibility for that additional roadway, including mowing and maintenance of the roadside ditches, plowing snow, enforcing traffic laws. And so your options this evening would be to approve the attached ordinance that annexed that segment of Waterwell Road into the city. That would bring all of Waterwell Road from the interstate all the way over to the west boundary of the Airport Industrial Center under the city's jurisdiction. You could postpone consideration of this annexation request to a future meeting date to allow staff to provide you with additional information if you feel you need that about this request, or you could decline to approve the ordinance before you, which would leave this portion of Waterwell outside the city limits. So we did receive a written consent from Doug Bradley, and you have a map attached that shows the gap in the roadway, and so this would make that all one continuous city street.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Andrew? Is there any public comment? Bring this back for action.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve ordinance number 24-11218, annexing a segment of Waterwell Road into the city.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 24-11218, and annexing this segment of Waterwell Road into the city. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Ivey,
Aye.
Commissioner Linkowitz,
Aye.
Mayor Longvine.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 6.2.
Accept the offered right-of-way, easements, and restricted access dedications from the Salina Airport Authority to serve the proposed Airport Industrial Edition Number 3 subdivision.
Mr. Ender.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. You previously had a fairly busy agenda on July 22nd, 2024, and at that meeting, you approved an ordinance annexing 80 acres at the southwest corner of Waterwell Road and Centennial Road. You also approved an ordinance rezoning that property to I-3 heavy industrial, and that ordinance was passed in a way that it did not take effect until the property is final platted, which is what's occurring at today's meeting. At that same meeting, you authorized the Salina Airport Authority's request to utilize special assessment financing for the extension of public utilities and construction of public streets serving the project, and then you also approved a development agreement with the Airport Authority which allowed improvements consisting of curb and gutter and sidewalks on Waterwell Road to be deferred. So this is coming back in the form of a final plat, and the plat would divide the property into 4 large industrial plots and is set up for future subdivisions of those 4 plots depending on future needs. And there are 2 internal public streets on their plans, Scanlon Avenue running north-south and Swanson Drive running east-west, and those would provide internal lot access. You have a copy of the plat layout and the infrastructure phasing in your packets. And so this property has a half-mile frontage on Waterwell Road and a quarter-mile frontage on Centennial Road. And so the development agreement addressed deferral of future improvements to Waterwell Road, which is paved, but as you're aware, Centennial Road is unimproved south of Waterwell Road, and so the Centennial Road improvements will be addressed through a benefit district that this Airport Authority is proposing to form, and that's on your agenda this evening as the next agenda item. And so that benefit district calls for public improvements in the subdivision to be constructed in 2 phases, and Centennial Road would be deferred to the 2nd phase of development. And again, you've got that on a phasing plan in your packet and depicted on the screen. So for your benefit, those areas highlighted in red on the drawing on the screen, those are phase 1 improvements, and those highlighted in blue would be deferred until there is a phase 2. As I noted, there's a north-south Scanlon Avenue and east-west Swanson Road, and as part of their action approving a preliminary plat, the Planning Commission approved a variation to the 600-foot maximum length of a dead-end street that allowed this portion of Swanson Drive to be 900 feet long and terminate in a dead end. And that length is needed in order to provide access over to that southwest corner of the subdivision, and there's really no way to get to that corner from the west or from the south. And so the internal streets, Swanson Drive and Scanlon, will be built as to city street standards with curb and gutter and sidewalks. So again, we have the lot up in this corner is 20 acres. There's another lot set aside here. There's a 14-acre lot over here that has a detention pond with it, and then a lot in the northeast corner that's 18 acres. And so all of those lots have frontage on a public street and will have frontage on an improved public street. And so for their, it's difficult to see the lines, but for their water improvement plan, they're planning to bring a line down from Waterwell Road, loop it along here, bring it up Centennial Road, and tie into an existing line in Centennial Road, and there's also a line that runs along Waterwell, so there'll be a complete loop with 2 sources of flow. And then for their sewer service plan, they plan to bring sanitary sewer line down Swanson Drive, up Centennial, and tie into an existing manhole near Salina Vortex. And with those will all be improved and installed as part of Phase 1. And then the final piece of the plat that took some time and looking at several different options, but the Airport Authority and their design engineers looked at several options for dealing with post-development stormwater runoff, and they've come up with a final design that utilizes 3 on-site detention ponds. And there'll be a pond in the southeast corner, the northeast corner, and then this Lot 1, Block 1, it's difficult to see here, but they wanted to take care of their own stormwater detention needs on site. So this is the proposed warehouse site. They'd have their own detention that would discharge in storm sewers that would take the water down to this pond. This pond would collect runoff from this area, transfer it to this area, and then all of it would be discharged down the roadside ditch on Waterwell Road. And as part of their drainage study, they did analyze the capacity of that ditch, and it does have the capacity in its existing condition to convey that detention pond discharge without any improvements being made. And so we've kind of highlighted the easements and dedications that you would be accepting. We're going to have a clear dedication of right-of-way for Waterwell Road, the south half, dedication of right-of-way for the west half of Centennial Road, dedication of right-of-way for Swanson and Scanlon. And then there'll be a number of utility and drainage easements internally for the utilities and to convey stormwater runoff. And then there will be restricted access along these frontages except for 3 openings for the warehouse site. And the way the warehouse is set up, they have 3 different parking lots and 3 different traffic patterns, and so they've got each of those access areas. This is for large trucks, this is for delivery vans, and this is for employees, and so they're each served by their own driveway. And we have provided you a summary on page 8 of how these will be phased, but all the utilities will be put in up front. The detention ponds will be constructed up front. Scanlon and the west leg of Swanson will be built up front, and then it's the east leg of Swanson Drive and Centennial Road that will be deferred. Approval of this subdivision would be consistent with our future land use map and consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's contiguous to the existing city and existing utilities. The Planning Commission reviewed this final plat at their August 20th meeting and approved it with a number of conditions. And on page 9, you have conditions 3, 4, and 5 from the Planning Commission's action. And just by way of explanation, the plan in this area is for the warehouse project. They will actually begin construction of the warehouse before the internal street utility and drainage improvements are fully constructed. And so the purpose of the plat conditions is to ensure that the public infrastructure is complete, it's inspected, accepted by the city, and operational before the warehouse facility can be occupied. And so we've had discussions with the warehouse development group, and they're in agreement with those conditions. Obviously, they want all that infrastructure complete before they open their doors, and so the hope is to sync up their construction with the construction of the improvements so they both get completed at roughly the same time. So your options as it relates to the plat, if you concur with the action of the Planning Commission, a motion should be made to accept the offered right-of-way, utility and drainage easement, and restricted access dedications on the plat, and authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city. You have the alternative to approve a motion to decline to accept those dedications and return this plat to the Planning Commission stating your reasons for not wishing to accept the dedications being offered. So with that, I'd be open to any questions that you have. We have representatives of the Airport Authority and Wilson and Company here if you have questions of them.
Questions for Mr. Andrew? No. Thank you. Does the Airport Authority have any comments?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Peter Miller, Executive Director of the Salina Airport Authority. Basically my comments were pretty simple. Dean, I think, covered everything very clearly. I just wanted to kind of go on record and thank Mike and his City of Salina staff. Everybody's been a pleasure to work with through this process. It's been an education for me. I'll just go ahead and say that. I've done little bits and pieces of this over the years, but I've never seen it done from top to bottom. So they've been very helpful and great to work with. I just wanted to make sure that I got that out there. So I would also be willing to answer any specific questions about the project itself. I will share that the construction plans are out for bid. We will be opening bids for those next week. So with a early start date of hopefully the first week or two of November. So the project is moving along pretty quickly. So
I was trying to figure out when to recognize Peter for both his patience and his persistence. There's been a lot of iterations and a lot of work put in by others than myself.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I think you need to give credit to Ms. Driscoll and her department, not the city manager.
Yes, everybody involved. So
we appreciate that because we don't hear that very often. I guess my question is that I get asked who the tenant is going to be. Is that public knowledge at this time?
No, not really. We're still working towards that. Not to be discussed, I guess, at this point. So
okay.
There is a tenant. You're just not able to.
There is a tenant.
Right. When you say we're working towards it, you have a tenant.
Yeah, we're working towards meeting the timeline for the tenant. So
We're working under NDAs. So.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
Okay. That's a big project.
It is a big project. It's pretty exciting. So,
any questions for Mr. Miller?
No. Hope to see you up here more.
See, well, you'll probably see me up here more. Yep.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you for your patience tonight. Is there any public comment? Okay, bring this back for action.
Mayor Longbine, I move to accept the offered right-of-way, utility and drainage easement, and restricted access dedications on the plat and to authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the offered right-of-way, utility and drainage easement, and restricted access dedications on the plat and to authorize the mayor to sign the plat on behalf of the city. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Good luck, and we look forward to breaking ground. Item 6.3.
Item 6.3, approve resolution number 24-8242, a resolution of advisability for special assessments for Phase 1 of the Airport Industrial Center Number 3 subdivision, and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement.
Mr. Torch.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, Jim Toich, Director of Public Works. I appreciate following Dean. He did a really good job at providing all the background necessary for this blue sheet as well. I will pick it up with the start of the step 2 of this process occurred in July when the City Commission authorized staff to prepare an engineering feasibility report and resolution of advisability. The developer's engineer provided an estimate for the cost of construction, engineering fees, and contingency with administrative and bonding costs all included. The total of the assessed cost is $4,726,964. City staff worked with the Salina Airport Authority on a development agreement to address issues related to the construction and the financing of these improvements. It is prescribed by Kansas statute that the City Commission consider a petition for the street drainage, sewer, and water improvements and establish sufficiency based on one of three criteria being met. In this case, condition number 3 is met above. That is, the petition is signed by the owners of record, whether resident or not, of more than half of the area liable to be assessed under the proposal. This meets the statutory requirements for sufficiency. There are no delinquent special assessment taxes on any of the property owned by the petitioners. The engineering feasibility report for these improvements are attached. The property owners will have the opportunity to pay their share of the project costs as a lump sum or as a special assessment tax over a 20-year period beginning on the date of issuance of the general obligation bonds. 100% of the estimated costs are to be assessed against the improvement district, and staff has provided 4 options for you: to approve the resolution and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement, to do so with amendments, to postpone consideration of the resolution, or to deny the resolution, and staff recommends option number 1. Be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any public comment? I'll bring this back for action.
Mayor, I move that we approve resolution number 24-8242 and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the city of Salina and Salina Airport Authority.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8242 and authorize the city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the city of Salina and the Salina Airport Authority. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We're getting closer on this project. Item 6.4.
Item 6.4, approve ordinance number 24-11222, unconditionally approving the issuance of general obligation bonds by the Salina Airport Authority for financing the cost of certain capital improvements located at the Salina Regional Airport.
Ms. Pack.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. Had to get every department involved in this project. So. Statute allows that the authority can issue its own general obligation bonds. However, there are certain steps. Their board has to adopt a resolution, and the governing body of the city must approve or disapprove that resolution, an ordinance to approve that. On September 18th, the Board of Directors of the Authority adopted Resolution 24-11, approving the issuance of not to exceed $8,460,000 of general obligation bonds of the Authority to pay the cost of certain capital improvements. Those projects included street, sewer, water line, drainage improvements in order to facilitate future development on a parcel of land owned by the Authority in the amount of $6 million. Design, site preparation, and construction of an aircraft maintenance repair overhaul facility, and the acquisition of 9,000 square foot airport hangar and associated fixtures located at 3148 Arnold Avenue. The authority's general obligation bonds are backed by their own full faith and credit of their authority, so they do not go against the city's legal limit of bonded indebtedness. However, the special assessment bonds that you just approved would be part of the city's, backed by the city's obligation, and do go toward the city's indebtedness limitations. The authority anticipates issuing general obligation temporary notes of approximately $8,460,000 in 2024, and then as the the work is completed, the city would issue general obligation bonds for the special assessment section of those temporary notes to pay off that portion of the debt. Options that are provided by statute are that the City Commission approve Ordinance 24-11222, unconditionally approving the issuance of general obligation bonds by the Salina Airport Authority for the purpose of financing the cost of the projects. Option 2 is to direct staff to prepare an ordinance to disapprove the authority's resolution. Or option 3 is to direct staff to prepare a resolution approving the authority's resolution and to publish a notice of the authority's intent to issue its general obligation bonds, subjecting the bond issue to a referendum election if a protest petition is signed by not less than 20% of the qualified electors of the city and filed within 15 days of the published notice. Staff recommends option 1, and I'd be open for any questions.
Questions? I think we've run out of questions. Does the Airport Authority have any comment on this? Ms. Swanson, we haven't heard from you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thanks for considering this option. Shelley Swanson, Director of Administration and Finance for the Airport Authority. I would just add that the authorization for the bonding of the $8.46 million, of course, the majority of that is for the street and utility network that would go in for Project 80. The $2.46 million, as Debbie mentioned, $2 million of that would go towards the work associated for preparing and expanding our existing capability for maintenance, repair, and overhaul. And then $460,000 of that would be for the acquisition of the former Blue Beacon hangar that was constructed in the early 90s. They have since moved over to what was the ADM hangar. And we are right now at capacity. We have about 5,000 square feet of a low clear height hangar available. So we really need that additional space, and it would be a good opportunity for us to acquire that from the current owner that's looking to sell. So I'd be happy to stand for any questions that the Commission might have this evening.
Questions? Thank you. You made it a little clearer what's going to happen with the money. So.
Yes, thank you.
Is there any public comment? I'll bring this back for action.
Mr. Mayor, move approval of ordinance 24-11222, unconditionally approving the issuance of general obligation bonds by the Salina Airport Authority for the purpose of financing the cost of certain capital improvements located at Salina Regional Airport.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to approve ordinance number 24-11222, unconditionally approving the issuance of general obligation bonds by the Salina Airport Authority for financing the cost of certain capital improvements located at the Salina Regional Airport. That's a roll call.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivey?
Aye.
Commissioner Linkowitz?
Aye.
Mayor Longbine.
Aye. Carries 5-0. And that brings us to the end of the agenda. Thank you for your patience. Other business. Any commissioner have any items they want to?
Just, it's short. We looked at a house, a dangerous structure this morning, and this morning. Seemed like this morning. Yeah.
It seems like it.
Earlier today, when the sun was up. But where are we proactively identifying these houses before major fires? Because this house obviously probably would have fit our definition before the fire. But if we committed resources to not be just complaint driven?
Yes, you actually authorized additional staff, so Mr. Furbeck is a designated staff person for dangerous structures. He has started with an initial list of about 18 dangerous structures, the bulk of which did not rise to a hearing with you because we got voluntary compliance. And then as he's been resolving those, he's been adding to the list. And he just sent me a list within the last couple of weeks that looked like it was about another 24. I generally try to map them and drive them, and I haven't had a chance to do that yet. But it's a combination of complaints received, observations in the field, and then I do think with this being a relatively new staff position, we probably do have some fire damage and structures that may not be self-evident from the street that we're also picking up on.
Okay.
So there's a lot of one-on-one interaction with property owners trying to accomplish voluntary compliance before it gets to a hearing with you.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? I probably had something, but that was a thought this morning, so. Citizens Forum. No one online? Is someone going to go check on Norm?
Yeah, it's unusual for him to not be here.
Yeah. Okay, we have an executive session.
Let's try 40 minutes.
That doesn't seem confident.
Okay. Mayor Longbine, I move the City Commission recess an executive session for 40 minutes to discuss with legal counsel confidential legal considerations relating to points of negotiation with Salina Destination Development, LLC, regarding Phase 2 of the city's multifamily housing project based on the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. We will resume back in this room at 8:42.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 40 minutes to discuss confidential legal considerations. We will resume in the open session at 8:42.
So a few housekeeping items in addition to yourselves. In attendance will be myself, City Legal Counsel Greg Bankson, Deputy City Manager Jacob Wood, Assistant City Manager Sean Hennessy, Director of Community Development Services Lauren Driscoll, and then online is our Special Counsel Steve Sparks. And I do not anticipate public action following the executive
I thought
session.
it was this morning, just a few minutes ago, but we didn't vote on this motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We didn't vote on the executive
I know
session.
I'm probably the least qualified to bring that up. But,
Right.
Okay, I will restate. We will recess into executive session for 40 minutes to discuss legal confidential considerations, and I'm going to adjust your time to
8:44.
8:44. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. I don't know that we got. Okay, we are back in session, and I do not believe we have any action to take.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll see you in 2 weeks.